Tonight's meeting of the Arlington Zoning Board of Appeals is being conducted remotely, consistent with the bill signed by Governor Healy on March 28th, 2025, which extended temporary provisions pertaining to the open meeting law to June 30th, 2027. The extension of these provisions allows public bodies to hold their meetings remotely by providing live, adequate alternative means of public access to the deliberations. This meeting is being recorded and will be broadcast by ACMi. Members of the public who are participating via Zoom and who wish to offer public comment should be aware that they will be asked to provide their full name and address so that a complete public record of the meeting can be taken in accordance with state law. All participants of this meeting are advised that people may be listening to the meeting without offering public comment, and those people are not required to identify themselves. Any votes that are taken this evening will be conducted by roll call vote. All supporting materials that have been provided to members of this body are available on the town's website unless otherwise noted. The public is encouraged to follow along using the posted agenda, and as chair, I reserve the right to take items out of order in the interest of promoting an orderly meeting. As the board will be taking up new business at this meeting, as chair, I make the following land acknowledgement. Whereas the Zoning Board of Appeals for the town of Arlington, Massachusetts discusses and arbitrates the use of land in Arlington, formerly known as Menotomy, an Algonquin word meaning swift waters, the board hereby acknowledges that the town of Arlington is located on the ancestral lands of the Massachusetts tribe, the tribe of indigenous peoples from whom the colony, province, and commonwealth have taken their names. We pay our respects to the ancestral bloodline of the Massachusetts tribe and their descendants who still inhabit historic Massachusetts territories today. At the start of this meeting, I do want to make just a public notice about phishing emails that regard special permit and variance applications. So last December, the board was made aware that an applicant had received an email claiming to be from the Department of Planning and Community Development, itemizing additional reviews that were required and including an invoice for additional fees. The applicant was told to wire the money to an undisclosed account or their application would not proceed. I learned today of a second occurrence. The demand included specific information about the application and included an invoice demanding payment in order for the application to proceed. These are not coming from the town. These emails are trying to impersonate a communication from the town. They are phishing attacks. It appears the culprits are accessing the public records for upcoming meetings and are using that information to make their emails appear more official. They are not. The fees that applicants will be charged are listed on the board's website. The fee for all applications before the Zoning Board of Appeals, with the exception of comprehensive permit applications, is $400, no more. That payment is made directly to the town. There will not be any additional fees imposed or required. If you receive or have received an email purporting to be from the town requesting you pay more money, please bring it to the attention of Colleen Ralston, our administrator, and you should also make the police department aware of the email. We are distressed that someone is trying to take advantage of applicants before the Zoning Board of Appeals. We hope that making this announcement will help bring this scam to the public's attention. The board will be considering how to add a warning to our documentation, notifying future applicants to be wary of this scam. In the meantime, please be vigilant in your review of unexpected email and always contact the board if you have any questions or comments. So with that, I'd like to move on to the administrative items on our agenda for this evening. The first is the review approval of the minutes from our prior meeting. So this is for our February 10th meeting. They were prepared by our administrator, Ms. Ralston, distributed to the board for questions and comments, final version posted back to the board. Are there any additional questions from the board in regards to the minutes from the February 10th meeting? Seeing none, I will move that the Zoning Board of Appeals for the town of Arlington approve the minutes from the February 10th, 2026 meeting of the board. A second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. DuPont. So roll call vote of the board. Mr. DuPont?
Yes.
Mr. Hanlon?
Yes.
Mr. LeBlanc?
Yes.
Mr. Baranowski?
Yes.
And the chair votes yes. I will check. Is Mr. Rosenberg in attendance? No. Okay. So that is approved. That brings us to the next item on our agenda, which is the approval of the decision in docket 388653 Hodge Road. This is a decision that was can't remember who prepared it, but distributed to the board for questions and comments and a final version posted back to the board. Are there any additional questions or comments in relation to the written decision in docket 3886, which is 53 Hodge Road? Seeing none, I'll move the Zoning Board of Appeals for the Town of Arlington approve and adopt the written decision in docket 3886 53 Hodge Road, which grants a special permit for a large addition under sections 542B6 in the zoning bylaw.
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Hanlon. So roll call vote of the board, Mr. Dupont,
Yes.
Mr. LeBlanc.
Yes.
In the absence of Mr. Hawley, I will ask Mr. Baranowski. Mr. Baranowski, do you approve the written
Oh,
decision?
sorry, you froze. Yes, I do.
Oh, thank you. And Mr. Rosenberg is not here, so the chair votes yes. That is a 4-0 approval of the written decision for Hodge Road. Then I'm going to move to item 4, which is the member vote as an approval of docket 3802 296 Washington Street, a correction to a date here in the document. I would ask Ms. Ralston if she could go ahead and explain this to the board.
So just recently, the owner at that address brought to our attention that one of the dates on the meeting list inside the decision was incorrect. And so we're going to be changing it from 2025 back, or 2024 back to 2025, I believe.
No, the other way around.
Other way around? Okay. In the docket, it says 2025, but it was actually a meeting in 2024.
So this is just an administrative correction for the board, but we are doing it as a formal amendment to the decision, just so that we have it on the record that we are correcting that date. So again, this is, we had inadvertently put 2025 in, and it should have been 2024 in one of the occurrences. So,
Mr. Chair,
yes, Mr. Hanlon.
let me just, I think it's clear just to realize that this appears in the final decision on page 3 in a discussion of the hearings in a multiple hearing case. And the heading of this section is the date of the hearing, which is a date in 2024. And then in the next line, there's a reference to the very same date, but listed as 2025. The opinion is written in 2024, so it was obvious to everybody at the time, if they'd noticed it, that 2025 couldn't be right because that wasn't going to happen for another year. But it wasn't noticed apparently, and so the wrong date appears in the opinion. It only refers to the date of one of the hearings. It has nothing to do with any of the substantive issues of the case, and it's a pure administrative correction that is not inconsistent with what we did, and it does not have any materiality with respect to the outcome.
Great, thank you very much. So I will move that the Zoning Board of Appeals for the Town of Arlington approve the amendment to the decision in 296 Washington Street to correct the date as discussed in this meeting. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Hanlon. So I will do a roll call vote of the board. If you were not available to vote for that originally when it came up, I ask you to please remind me of that. But otherwise, we have Mr. Dupont,
Yes.
Mr. Hanlon,
Yes.
Mr. LeBlanc,
Yes.
Mr. Baranowski. Were you on the board at the time of 296?
I was not.
You were not. Okay. In other words, Mr. Rosenberg, and the chair votes yes. So that's 4-0 approval of that change. So that moves us to our next item, which is number 3, as listed on our administrative items. So last meeting on February 10th, we had heard an appeal of the decision of the building inspector in regards to 71 Mystic Street. And there was the board did not pick up on the fact that there was an issue with the filing date um, of the request. And so I'm going to request that the board reopen this hearing at 71 Mystic Street to discuss the filing discrepancy. So with that, I will move that the zoning board of appeals for the town of Arlington reopen the public hearing for docket 388771 Mystic Street, which was closed on February 10th, 2024. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second.
Thank you, Hanlon. So voting in favor of reopening, Mr. Dupont,
Yes.
Mr. LeBlanc,
Yes.
Mr. Baranowski,
Yes.
and Mr. Hanlon,
Yes.
and the chair votes yes. So we are reopened on 71 District Street. So the issue that we determined after we were, Mr. Baranowski picked this up while reviewing and preparing the decision. An appeal of the decision of the building inspector needs to be filed within 30 days of the denial. And reviewing the dates in question, the application was actually filed 53 days after the decision, after the denial, excuse me, by the building inspector. So I had wanted to invite the applicant back to explain this to him that unfortunately, because of the application was filed outside the time when we could accept it, we're unable to proceed to a decision on it. So what we are going to request, if you're amenable, is request that if you'd be willing to withdraw the application, you could then refile immediately with the building department. And then that would put you right back in our queue again. And as long as you would refile within 30 days of the denial from the building inspector, we'd be able to have you right back in front of us. So we would be encouraging you to withdraw and we would accept the withdrawal without prejudice. Oh, sorry, sir, you're on mute.
That's fine with me. I appreciate that, and I will get right at it with the building inspector tomorrow.
Perfect, thank you. Are there any questions from the board? Seeing none, I will move that the Zoning Board of Appeals for the town of Arlington approve the request to withdraw the application in docket 388771 Mystic Street without prejudice.
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Hanlon. So voting, roll call vote of the board, Mr. Dupont,
Yes.
Mr. Hanlon,
Yes.
Mr. LeBlanc,
Yes.
Mr. Baranowski,
Yes.
and the chair votes yes. So the application for 71 Mystic Street was withdrawn. We will go ahead and speak with the building inspector and get this queued back up for you as quickly as we can.
Thank you very much. I appreciate your time. Have a great evening. Thanks, guys.
Thank you, you as well. So that concludes our administrative items this evening. So we do have 4 cases that are before the board this evening. The first one that's scheduled to appear is 307 Washington Street. Excuse me, this is a fairly large and contentious matter. So I will just notify the applicants for the subsequent hearings, which is 125 Broadway, 73 Edgerton Street, and 172 Overlook Road. That this will take a little bit of time. And so unfortunately, we can't tell you specifically when this will be over, but keep an eye on things. When this is done, we'll move on to the next item. If for some reason you're unavailable at that time, we'll move to the next item and make sure to double back before the end of the meeting. So apologize that we can't give you a definitive time to when your item will appear this evening, but we will move as judiciously and quickly as we can. So with that, before opening tonight's meeting for public hearings, here are some ground rules for clear and effective conduct of tonight's business. After I announce each agenda item, I will ask the applicant to introduce themselves or themselves and make their presentation to the board. I'll then request that members of the board ask what questions they have on the proposal. After the board's questions have been answered, I will open the meeting for public comment. At the conclusion of public comment, the board will deliberate and vote to either continue or close the public hearing. All votes will be conducted by roll call vote. The final vote on any matter before the board will be taken at a subsequent meeting once the written decision has been drafted and provided to the board. After the decision has been adopted and signed, the decision will be filed with the town clerk starting the 20-day appeal period under state law. After that time, the applicant may proceed with their building permit. However, under state law, no decision granted by this board shall take effect until a certified copy of the final decision has been filed with and recorded at the Middlesex South Registry of Deeds in Cambridge by the applicant. So with that, brings us to the first of our hearings this evening, which is docket 3880, 307 Washington Street. This is a special, an application for special permit, the special permit for a use. This is a continuation of a prior hearing. And so with that, I will ask Mr. Smith to introduce himself and bring us up to speed on where this project is.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First, I'd like to just do a sound check. Can folks hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
No echo or
Nope.
ringing?
You are good to
Okay.
go.
Excellent. So again, for the record, my name is Joshua Lee Smith. I am outside counsel for National Grid. The applicant is Boston Gas Company, which operates and does business as National Grid. Mr. Chair, we had met with this board back on January 13th in connection with the request for a special permit for the project at hand, which involves the construction installation of a take station located at Boston Gas Company's property at 307 Washington Street. We do have a slide deck that we'd like to run through. I promise we're not going to be rehashing a lot of what we had discussed at the last meeting, but we have added to and supplemented the presentation from the last time based on some of the updates that we've submitted to the board since then. But just as a really quick reminder, this is, as you can see here on the screen, depiction of the site. As you can see here, there's two parcels of land that are part of this. The parcel that is located on screen more to the left, or I believe that's west, is owned and operated by Kinder Morgan. Some of a significant portion of Boston Gas Company's facilities with respect to the take station are located either within and underground on this property. The parcel to the right, the larger tract of land, is the property that is in fact owned by Boston Gas Company. And so as a reminder, the company is looking to rebuild its take station on its own land with its own access in order to comply with federal state regulations that are part of the company's obligation. And just, I may be referring to Joe, that is Joe Duquette. He's my colleague. He is actually the one running the slide deck here. Joe, if you could advance to the next slide, please. And one more. So we're going to run through some sort of before and after depictions of various aspects of the site. This first image here is a depiction of the site layout, sort of zoomed out depiction. As you can see, the driveway, the new driveway that's proposed off of Washington Street is shown leading up to the proposed take station. And again, to give a little bit more bearings as a reminder to the board and to the group, on the lower part of the screen is Washington Street. To the right or east is Tower Road, and to the north is Tomahawk Road. This depicts the initial submission, layout, and design of the take station. Joe, if you could advance to the next slide, please. So as revised and as a result of a lot of comments and feedback from you, Mr. Chair, from your colleagues, members of the ZBA, as well as certainly neighbors within the area, as well as staff, we sort of did a take two with respect to the layout and design. I'll get into a little bit more detail, but as you can see right away, you can see that we've added a number of plantings. We've enhanced and made a lot more robust the landscaping, which we'll show in more detail in a moment. But Joe, if you could toggle go back to the initial and then flip back to the revised. Again, you could see in the initial, as a reminder, the types of plantings that were proposed were one type of species, and it was an evergreen arborvitae type of a year-round species. Again, and this is the revised, you can see here, much more diverse. And we'll show a plant board in a moment that gives a little bit more detail with respect to the different types and varieties of plantings that are proposed. Joe, next slide, please. Another key aspect of what we've, again, from commentary from the neighbors, the boards, staff, with respect to the project, the screening and visual impact with respect to the take station. One of the items that is necessary as part of security requirements and policies, obligations, standards, regulations, et cetera, require security. So what we had proposed previously was a fencing of 8 feet plus, or actually 7 feet plus 1 foot of barbed wire was the initial security fencing. We've since replaced that with a more decorative style wrought iron type of fencing. This is we feel a much more sort of neighborhood friendly type of a design, more aesthetically pleasing. It still does, as you can see at the top, instead of barbed wire, we got rid of the barbed wire because there were some comments with respect to not only the visual impact of barbed wire, I think someone had mentioned prison-like, having barbed wire, but also there was some discussion about, I think, wildlife potentially getting caught in the barbed wire. So this, however, does have at the top, you can see these are curved pickets that will provide similar types of security, and again, similar to the chain link fencing that was previously proposed. This would also be climb resistant for intruders. Next slide, Joe, please. So a little bit more close up with respect to the landscaping. Again, you could see this is the initial last submission that we had submitted to the board with respect to the landscaping. Most of the plantings, again, were focused on one type year-round arborvitae. This is our plant selection plant board that we submitted, and as you could just see, just the color alone, you could see a variety of different colors, diversity with respect to the plant type and species. A real effort, we believe, in terms of our landscape architect taking a much closer look based on comments from the board and neighbors. Native, drought-tolerant types of species. The top row here, you could see these are the year-round, non-deciduous, evergreen types of plantings. But then in the second and third rows, again, in response to comments from the staff and neighbors and the board, the some deciduous plantings, including shade trees. Mr. Chair, there was mention of some shade trees would be nice components, elements, especially towards as you get closer to the street, to provide those different types of varieties and colors as well as shade trees. So it's a little bit difficult to read, but there are some maples and birches, as well as rhododendrons. Those are the pink colored plantings that you can see in that second row. Joe, if you could advance. So, and then this is a close-up of the revised landscaping. Again, and we have a 3D update to the 3D rendering, which we'll show in a moment. But again, a wide variety of different types of plantings. And again, the goal was to still provide screening with respect to the actual station yard itself and the fencing. And we've provided more of the non-deciduous plantings in and around the fenced area of the yard. But as you get closer to the street area and property lines, the landscape architect made a lot of effort with respect to providing more of the deciduous plantings, more of the colored variety of plantings to help beautify the site. Make it look, I think there was a comment, make it look a little less corporate, a little more natural in order to blend in better with the neighborhood. Next slide, please. And here, this is the initial view with respect to the 3D rendering. Again, you can see those evergreens that were initially proposed to line up and down along the proposed driveway. And then here are here's the revised. So as you can see here, Mr. Chair and members of the board, this is obviously a depiction from a seasonal perspective of a fall winter type of a perspective from the street view. So this really is worst case scenario. You can imagine the color and the fullness during the spring summer months that the station here really would, I think, be blended in a lot more during those spring and summer months, but we did want to depict sort of the worst case scenario. It's a little bit difficult to see, but I'm sorry, Joe, if you could stay on that for just one moment. The shade trees that I had mentioned before, again, closer to Washington Street on the left and right as it sort of straddles the driveway there. Those trees will grow in height, they'll grow in fullness, and grow and will be much more colorful. So we wanted to depict the plantings. As you can also see, the fencing is also depicted here. As you can see, one item that I did want to clarify that was slightly different, and our intention is just in terms of the color of the fencing. This fencing shows a gray color. The proposed fencing, however, will be black. So it'll be black iron wrought style fencing, again, with the curved pickets at the top. And I also did want to, if I didn't mention before, with respect to that fencing, there will be screening between the rails as well. Similar to the chain link fencing, where we were proposing slats, they will provide added screening of the building, of the enclosure equipment enclosure structure. This type of fencing will also have pickets in between the railings, so that it will provide really full, pretty opaque screening for added screening of that enclosure. Next slide, Joe, if you could. And one more. So this is a different side of the project. So again, this is, Joe, if you could just go back quickly to the initial. This is from the Tomahawk Road side. We call it the rear side, as initially proposed. And then the revised, you could see, again, more screening with respect to the fencing that's proposed. The plantings are a little bit more difficult to see, but that's because there's quite a bit of woodland buffer that's going to remain and exist in between the street and the property line there. And the other thing, again, I'll point out is this is the fall winter depiction. So some of the shrubs that would otherwise be in bloom are difficult to see in this depiction here. With that, I just wanted to also mention, in addition to the fencing updates and materials that we submitted, as well as the landscape updates and materials, we had submitted a letter that sort of summarized. Mr. Chair, you had asked us 4 primary updates that you had asked, follow-ups from the last meeting with respect to the landscaping, the fencing types, as well as noise and the walking trails. So we submitted a letter to give a little bit more clarification, context in terms of addressing those particular items. We also added, as well in our response letter, we addressed some other items that were raised in the course of the meeting from the last time with respect to some of the environmental impacts involved with this project, with respect to site lighting, the ecological survey that was performed. So that was all summarized in that letter. With that, I'd like to pass the baton to Jeremy Butler. Again, he is the station engineer. Jeremy is going to provide a little bit more detail with respect to some of the updates as well. Thank you.
Cool.
Thank you, Mr. Butler.
Thank you, Josh, and thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the board for having us back. Let me just share my screen, and similar audio wise, all set. Can you hear me all right?
We can.
Excellent. Thank you. So Josh covered largely most everything that I think that has changed. The only other item that I wanted to highlight was the stormwater plan. So we had spoken to it last time that we had met, where the intent was to put a trench drain system kind of along the fencing, route that to a bioretention area, and having swales on either side. But now that we've worked with the town engineer to kind of work through our concept and then also our detailed design approach, I did want to kind of give a visual of that. So it is similar to what I had described, but obviously you can actually see it now, where we have this trench drain that runs fully along the fence line, which would capture any runoff from this developed fenced in portion of the site. And then it routes to a bioretention pond area, which is where you see a lot of those plantings are intended to kind of go along the perimeter of that bioretention area. So it would discharge to there. And then any runoff that lands on the access drive would get shed to either side. There's a 8-inch pipe that runs underneath the access drive, which would capture runoff from this left side swale to route runoff to the bioretention area. And then anything on the right side, that swale all also gets routed to the bioretention area. So this has been designed in accordance with Arlington stormwater bylaw requirements. So there is no increase in pre-post runoff. So I know there had been some concerns surrounding stormwater runoff increases, but this has been designed to mitigate and eliminate all of that. And Josh, that was all I had planned to add to everything that you had covered.
Thank you, Jeremy. Yeah, Mr. Chair, we wanted to be as brief as possible, sort of touch upon the highlights, and happy to answer any other questions you or the board or the neighbors may have. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much, Mr. Smith and Mr. Butler. I had a couple of quick questions for Mr. Butler. So the stormwater system, is there any kind of maintenance required for this system that would need to happen on a periodic basis, and how do you plan to manage that?
So it wouldn't be periodic, it'd be a bit more annual. So there is kind of typical checking just to make sure that there aren't any leaves or anything like that that enters the trench drain, and that as far as the bioretention area itself, that there isn't any sort of debris or anything like that that builds up. But it's nothing that would really vary from typical maintenance that our operations departments would handle at sites like this, where they on an annual basis go around and kind of make sure that everything's up to snuff. So that would be the big thing, is just debris that would prohibit the system from functioning as intended.
Okay, and as far as the like the trench drains and stuff, that would fall under that same category?
Correct. Yes, it's I think we have a detail of it. I'm not sure how much that will help if those aren't too familiar, but it's basically just slotted grates that kind of go into a, say, semicircle channel, so to speak, and that just catches the runoff and carries it over there. So I'd say think of it kind of like a gutter to a house. It's just in the ground, and you just want to make sure that that's free of any debris so that it can actually flow water that is runoff.
Okay.
But yeah, to add, if I, was the, it was intended to be kind of minimal in terms of the upkeep, for that very reason that it should always perform well. There's no pumps or anything mechanical that would be required that could malfunction.
Okay. Mr. Smith, you had referenced the letter, just so the public is aware, the letter is posted to the website for this hearing. And so we had talked about the fencing, we had talked about the landscaping. You had referenced the noise levels, and in the letter it just notes that it's not expected to result in any increase in noise levels that would be noticeable at abutting properties. And you note some of the things that are being done in terms of specifically regulators with noise attenuation, pipe sizing to reduce velocity, and other things. And then it notes, it says in the event further noise mitigation is required after the station is operational, acoustic pipe insulation will be added. I just wanted to sort of ask how that might be evaluated.
Well, I think simply put, if there are complaints from neighbors, for example,
Yeah.
Mr. Chair, then the company certainly would react to that, do an assessment with respect to the nature of the sounds level and act accordingly.
Okay.
But I guess we wanted to underscore first and foremost that based on the sort of state of the art equipment that's proposed here, it is and where the building is sited, the fact that much of the sources of the sound will be within the equipment enclosure itself or underground, that we don't anticipate there to be any issue with noise at all.
Okay. Appreciate that. Thank you. And then the last you had mentioned was there would be a limited impact on the walking trails. I know we had discussed this last time. This property is not the town's property. This has been under the ownership of Boston Gas for a very long period of time. And so the public sort of utilizing the unused portion for access across is an understood sort of long-term use of the property by the abutting neighbors and by others in the community. And effectively what and Mr. Smith, correct me if I'm wrong, I believe that the intent from Boston Gas is that they will neither inhibit nor promote the use of any of the trails that are on site today.
That's a fair statement, Mr. Chair. The company needs to remain somewhat neutral. The company has no intention to fence off. One of the neighbors had suggested to fence off the perimeter of the site. The company has no intention to do that. They would like to keep the remainder of the land as open space. At the same time, they don't want to necessarily encourage anyone and everyone to come onto the site, because they're not in the business of being park managers either. You know, the company wants to be work cooperatively, obviously, with the neighbors, not looking to disrupt any of the walking trails beyond what's necessary to accommodate the project. And as I'd mentioned last time, and as was depicted and illustrated on the plans that we submitted, there still will be walking trails that will remain. The company they're not in the business of improving those walking trails. I think there was one or more neighbors that were suggesting the company could rebuild the walking trails. To be honest, I've not been able to get in touch with anyone internally in the company to determine how the walking trails even came into being. So yeah, the company wants to remain neutral on it. They're not looking to close it off, but they're also not looking to necessarily tell the world, hey, come to our site and visit the walking trails.
Okay. And in your letter, I believe you had noted that it's anticipated that the period of construction would likely last longer than a year, or at least go through an entire heating season. And so the intent would be that the existing facility that is on the Kinder Morgan property would remain in operation until such time as the new facility is up and running, and then that site would no longer be in use. Is that correct?
The existing, well, certainly the equipment that makes up the take station today on the Kinder Morgan property, once the new system is operational, the rebuilt take station is operational, then yes, the existing old equipment can be decommissioned and removed.
Is it the intent of National Grid and Boston Gas to remove that equipment that belongs to them from that site?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, but the remainder, as again, part of one of the biggest challenges that the company has is that Kinder Morgan and Boston Gas Company are not corporate affiliates. They have no affiliation whatsoever. They happen to work together, for obvious reasons, with respect to Kinder Morgan in the transmission of gas, and Boston Gas Company with respect to the regulation and in this case take station processing of the gas for distribution. But that's where it ends. If we hit the reset button and this was a completely undeveloped site and Kinder Morgan decided to build its facilities here, and Boston Gas decided to have a take station here, they absolutely would be on their own respective properties. And again, this is the company owns the land like this in anticipation of someday needing to develop it for its necessary critical assets and function. And that is what's happening here. I know the neighbors are disappointed in the fact that the company is utilizing its own land, but really it is it's a private property rights issue. And right now, Kinder Morgan and Boston Gas Company, they're literally on top of each other with respect to their equipment, and that is not in keeping with current regulations. And the company they need to have their own space on their own land with their own access.
Okay. Great. And I should have said it up front, but I definitely appreciate the time and effort that that National Grid has put into reviewing the comments that were heard at the prior meeting and putting those into effect in terms of some things about the site layout and some of the site amenities and for the landscaping. And I do appreciate the effort that National Grid put into incorporating that into this revised application.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And we do give kudos and credit to the tree warden who's been helpful since the beginning, going back to when we've first visited the site with him to survey the trees that do need to be cleared. The tree warden, as you suggested, Mr. Chair, from the last meeting, we met with the tree warden again to review the landscape design and drawing. He provided some feedback, which we incorporated. So with the help of the tree warden, in large part is the work product that we're seeing now with respect to the landscape layout and revised design.
Great, thank you so much. Other members of the board?
Mr. Chair.
Mr. LeBlanc?
So I apologize, I was not at the original meeting. I had a emergency that I couldn't get out of, so I couldn't be there. So I'm going to try not to throw too many wrenches into this with my questions.
But Mr. LeBlanc, I'll just ask you to confirm that you have completed the required Mullins notification and are eligible to serve.
I did, yes.
Thank you.
I just wanted to, I guess, first expand on the item we were just discussing. Is the intent, I just want to clarify it. The intent is that existing structure that is there, that is on Boston Gas property, is that intended to be taken down once the new station is complete?
Mr. Smith?
Jeremy, do you want to speak to that? I think what Mr. LeBlanc is referring to actually is where the telemetry is located on Boston Gas Company's property.
Correct, yes. And if we're wrong, if you guys could clarify, but my understanding, if you can see my mouse, is this building here on the Boston,
Yes,
is that correct?
Correct.
Yes. So that is the existing telemetry building that houses both the Kinder Morgan and National Grid telemetry equipment, with it being critical to the operation of the station and Kinder Morgan still using it, even though we will be relocating our telemetry equipment to this new RTU building. That would remain to serve the Kinder Morgan meter run, yes.
Understood. So then that building would need to remain because would still be utilized by Kinder Morgan with their equipment.
Correct.
Okay. All right. Just wanted to make sure I understood that correctly. My other question relates to the new structures that are being built. What's the roofing material that they're going to be roofed with?
It would be a EPDM roof, kind of a typical with that. So the buildings being prefabricated concrete, that tends to be the standard that those come with.
Is that gonna be a black EPTM?
So we have not ordered it yet, but that's typical to the best of my knowledge. Yes, I think that would be the case.
Okay. Mr. Chair, I think maybe it might be worth a discussion if we could have a condition about the color of the roof. I know there's a lot of concern about, taking away all the mature trees that are there, and opening up new space that sort of could start to create a little bit of a heat island. So using more of a reflective white roof might help that situation rather than a black EPDM roof. So I don't know if any other people on the board have any comments on that.
Put that on my preliminary list.
Okay.
Anything else, Mr. LeBlanc?
And then I just want to make sure I'm seeing this correctly. The spaces that are white, that is the access drive, and then the sort of loading space in front of the buildings, that's going to be bituminous pavement.
Correct. Yes.
And then there'll be sort of gravel around the structures in the back of the line.
Correct.
Okay. I don't have anything else.
Okay, great. Thank you. Other questions or comments from the board? Seeing none. If I could go ahead. Yep, thank you for that. I'll now be opening the meeting for public comment. Public questions and comments will be taken as they relate to the matter at hand. It should be directed to the board for the purpose of informing its decision. Members of the public will be granted time to ask questions and make comments. Those who wish to address the board should digitally raise their hand using the button on the React tab of the Zoom application. Those calling in by phone, please dial *9 to indicate you would like to speak. You'll be called upon by the chair. You'll be asked to give your full name and address for the record, and given time for your questions and comments. All questions are to be addressed through the chair. Please remember to speak clearly. And once all public questions and comments have been addressed, or it is now 8:23, so I will say if we have reached the 9 p.m., the public comment period will be closed. And I reserve the right to adjust that time if we come to the end and there's still several members who wish to address the board. I will just ask members of the public who wish to address this. The decision the board needs to reach is whether to issue a special permit for the requested use. This is a special permit use in the district in which it's being proposed. And so the board is limited to the criteria for a special permit. And those are available in the zoning board and in the zoning bylaw, and the board will be reviewing those as it moves forward. So with that, the first hand I see raised is Danielle Dean.
Hi there. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
First,
Sorry, just name and address for the board.
Oh, sorry,
for the record,
Danielle
sorry.
Dean, 55 Greeley Circle.
Thank you.
I've been on a couple times, but I'm still new here. So 55 Greeley Circle. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair, for the opportunity to speak. I, like you, am very grateful for the time and energy that has been put in by National Grid in hearing our comments. And also this board, seems like this decision is not maybe as straightforward as others. So thank you so much for letting us speak. And I do think that some of the changes are thoughtful and will go a long way. However, I still think at the crux of this is that these are residentially zoned parcels. So the comment of, yes, this is owned by Boston Gas, but it is owned by Boston Gas as single family parcels. So this notion that at some point, of course, they were going to build, or if they were starting from scratch, there would definitely be these industrial buildings on 2 lots seems like a bit of a big assumption there. These are not lots that are meant for commercial purposes of a utility company. And I think it is, when you think about the special variance, it cannot be because that this is convenient or financially beneficial to the company. There has to be no other, it's an unavoidable option. And I think there is already a parcel that has a variance that has these industrial buildings on it. And albeit, I think in the letter that Mr. Smith was referencing, it says something like they definitely could not use the exact footprint that is there today because they need to expand. I don't think anyone, if this were to be essential, that they need to make these upgrades, by no means does staying in the exact footprint, seem reasonable, but utilizing some of that space that we've already taken from this residential community and that has been entirely cleared, and is close to a busy road and is as least disruptive to the neighborhood as possible. It seems like that has not been capitalized, and this new building is in the middle of this residential, and yes, wooded, and yes, there are all of these other things, but this is a residential lot. And to put an industrial building like this with all of the steam that I don't know whether it's steam or smoke, but there's no way to get around the fact that this is not a single family home. And it doesn't seem consistent with the goals of this neighborhood, that we wouldn't be trying to capitalize on that existing cleared space. I understand Kinder Morgan is not National Grid, but you've partnered together for how many decades? You benefit, or they benefit from the partnership there. And that's the parcel that you have the variance for. And it feels like if the board were to approve this, I think that it would be difficult to say that we're really upholding the standards, and we're opening ourselves up to this business has, it is better for the business. It is easier for the business to be operating on their own site, and that is not enough to give this variance. So I just urge us all to get back to the, yes, I think the trees look lovely, but the critical piece here is that, is this particular plan, is this particular disruption to this parcel essential for the safety of Arlington, or are there other options that are far less disruptive and allow the neighborhood that we've all, decided to dwell in remain a residential neighborhood? So I appreciate the time. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. That's all I have to say.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Dean. Just one thing I just want to clarify. So it's a special permit and not a variance.
Sorry, special
very technical. It's a very technical difference.
Apologize.
I just want to make sure that's clear. That's clear.
Yes. Thank you so much for clarifying. I appreciate that.
Thank you. You're very welcome. Next on the list is Rebecca Brennis.
Hi, thank you. My name is Rebecca Bernice, and I live at 18 Russell Place in Arlington, Mass. So I only just recently found out about this and was not present for the last presentation, but I have some questions around this service being essential and also it not being a sort of a health hazard. And so I have a list of questions about the plan that I guess, since I'm addressing them to you, Chair, I'll just kind of like read through them because they're mostly for grid.
Perfect.
But I think the answer to these questions would help me in my understanding of whether or not my concerns, I guess, about it. So the first is, does National Grid plan to increase pressure in the distribution system within the town of Arlington as a result of this project, or will this building provide the ability to achieve greater pressure in the Arlington distribution system in the future beyond what could currently be achieved by the vault system? And I'm asking this because an increase in pressure in the distribution system means that all existing leaks along that network under this higher pressure will experience a higher flux. So while it might not increase leaks in the distribution system, it could increase the overall emissions, emitting more methane, which will work to counter the town's net zero goals. Additionally, increased pressure means increased capacity, which will enable more hookups in municipalities that are downstream of Arlington, which has the fossil fuel ban preventing hookups in our own town. The expanded infrastructure in neighboring towns will become increasingly dependent on Arlington housed distribution pipes and this particular take station, making it harder to decommission them in the future due to their hydraulic significance to our neighbors. This would be a setback for our neighborhood electrification and net zero goals, and represent a scenario where this is infrastructure that's essential to neighboring towns but prevents us from our own stated future. Then another question is, will there be any major venting or blowdowns associated with the construction of this project? Also, I can see that the new building would include regulator equipment. What are the policies around venting and unplanned pressure releases at the new facility? Can we get documentation of those protocols? Will there be any documentation or quantification of these events so that we can include them in our greenhouse gas accounting as a town as part of the net zero action plan? They also, and just basically, will the new facility will be using compressed gas? Will it be processing a higher volume of compressed gas than it was in the vault system? It's difficult to understand how there wouldn't be an increase in service and processing when you go from sort of like a small box to a major building. So, I mean, I know that it's nice to have a bigger building, but is there really not going to be processing more gas while the actual gas usage in the town of Arlington has actually been decreasing over the last 10 years? So is this a service for Arlington, or is this a service for neighboring towns? And then the fact sheet that I saw from National Grid about this on their website says there will be a heating system in place, and I'm curious if this is for space heating or heating of compressed gas, and will the heating be generated using fossil fuels? Will the flue gas from combustion, if it is from fossil fuels, release particulate matter or other noxious components, which I think there's a zoning bylaw 5.2 or something that says something about that. So moving through, I only have a few more. It says that there will be gas odorization on site. So will there be materials classified as hazardous chemicals or otherwise stored on the site? And will they be stored in excess quantities of those that would be within the vault location? Can we get any sort of documentation about those particular chemicals and the amounts that would be there? If they have any sort of documentation that they have on hand for regulatory purposes, and can we see those? And then it says in their documentation on their statement that the Arlington Regulator Station Replacement Project fact sheet published by National Grid states that the station was built in 1997, but some of the documentation submitted to the ZBA says 1950. So I was confused by that. How old is it actually? And my final question to clarify on that is, do we know what the payback time horizon was when the National Grid put the costs of construction for the current vault in 1997 into rate base? And to summarize why I asked that question is basically, are the ratepayers of Arlington still currently paying bills for the upgrades to that vault station in 1997 currently? And what would the payback period for the new project be? Would we essentially be paying for both stations at the same time? So I thank you. Those are my questions, and thanks.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. I will just quickly, I don't know if Mr. Butler might be the right person to address some of these questions to Mr. Smith. So quickly, the first question was in regards to the pressure on this. Obviously this plant is here to provide lower pressure coming off the high pressure line. Is there any change to the incoming or the outgoing pressure of the lines in relation to this station?
I can take that, Josh, if you'd like.
Please.
Cool. Yeah, so it's short answer, no, nothing's changing. So the system that this station feeds is not changing. So that system has what's known as a maximum allowable operating pressure. and that cannot be exceeded. So nothing we are doing will change what that maximum allowable operating pressure is for that system that we are feeding. So it's going to be the same outlet pressure in the post-construction phase as it is currently.
Okay. And then the question about venting and blowdowns and stuff. So during the commissioning, decommissioning is there anticipated that there will be venting of natural gas during those times or at other times during operation?
Upon initial startup and well, yes, startup, there would be some. So just by virtue of you have new piping, you need to gas in that piping
Mhm.
to be able to fully gas that in. You would have some minor release of gas to ensure that it is fully gassed in within the piping. In terms of operation, it would really be next to nothing. There are some minor, if we go out there and we do our yearly operations just to make sure that everything closes and works correctly, you would have some minor releases then as well, but there wouldn't be any significant continuous releases. And I know that's not quantified, but we're talking minute blips of releases. There's really no actual significant volume.
Is there any venting that is a part of the depressurization process?
Of in terms of the like for typical operation of
Yeah.
what we're no,
Okay.
there's not for typical operation now.
Okay. And I know we had discussed last time that for heating, the town of Arlington does have a ban for use of of fossil fuels for um, heating hot water and for general heating. That would still apply to this project. So if there is any heating that's going on within the facility, it does need to be limited to electric sources.
Yep, no heating for the no space heating would be included as part of this. This is all it's unmanned, so there wouldn't be any heating that we would typically be having here.
Okay. Then there are a couple more questions, but I don't want to be taking up too much of the public's time, so I will go back to those questions. So with that, the next person on our list is Mike Bowie.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Mike Bowie. I live on 22 Tomahawk Road. Glad to see you have my picture of my house shown by the applicants. So I literally live right next to the properties. And I have to say, I'm very concerned and very disappointed with this new constructions. So I'd be very transparent here. I live in this properties for almost 8 years, 8 or 9 years, and never once have I ever seen the applicants or Kinder Morgans or anyone ever comes in and clear the property, maintain the properties. I see fallen trees all over the place. Every time I walk through the properties, I see a lot of fallen trees, which is a potential fire hazard. And it doesn't give me that much confidence, if now they build these new structures, more trees, and not maintain the properties periodically. Just again, I mean, the point here, just a potential fire hazard. And this is it's a residential area, especially I live right next to it. I'm very concerned. And during the summer months, we have kids walking through the properties. I see cigarette butts occasionally here, kids smoking. It's just a potential fire hazard and potential crisis happenings that, I hopefully not, but it's a real hazard. So if you do decide to issue any kind of permit to the applicants, there has to be a commitment from the applicants to maintain the properties periodically to mitigate this potential fire hazard. So that's my first comments. The second one I have, my concern is the gas emissions. From my property, I can see gas being emitted from the existing structure right now. I don't know what's coming out of what's in those gas. My concern is the air qualities. And now you have a new structure, bigger structures, potentially emit more gas. Again, I don't know what's being emitted. Is the gas coming out of these existing structures considered to be carcinogenics. I don't want to, myself and my neighbors, we certainly don't want to breathe that kind of air, potentially causing, cancers around our neighborhood. So I think that's some things I would like to see, a real environmental assessments. I saw that you mentioned there was an environmental assessment report being done, but if they look into the air qualities, what's being emitted out of these structures and potentially these new structures. My last comment is I hear a lot from the applicant at the last meeting in January that they want to have the structure because of the demand for gas. And I could, for myself, if I'm being burdened by this new structure, which if you've been built, I literally can see from my house, I would like to have gas extend to my house too. So if I'm being burdened, so if I'm not getting gas, so why should this new structure being built close to my property? I think that's my comments, Mr. Chair, and thank you for allowing me to express my concerns.
Thank you, Mr. Bowie. Appreciate that. We'll go on our next on our list, August Drifka.
Thank you,
Pick up that,
Mr.
right?
Chairman. Hopefully you can hear me. Comments from last meeting. It'd be great to
Sorry,
see.
just the name and address of the record. Sorry.
Oh, yes, sir. August Drufke, I live on Carl Road, 15 Carl Road, just down the street from the property. Following up from the last meeting, it'd be great to see the third-party assessment on the wildlife. I'm not sure if that was made public or not, but it'd be wonderful to see that. The other question I would have is, given the fact that this is such a closely knit engagement with KMI, I'm not clear why they're not on this call and they're not representing themselves. And it's unclear why we're having a hearing without having, Nat Grid and KMI on the phone together, to understand why, to help give the community a better sense of what is the remediation plan once this building is put up on the Nat Grid property, what happens to the KMI property. It said there's an existing structure. Okay, I understand, but there's another structure. Is that being taken down? Is there full remediation? Let's understand what that looks like. Those would be my comments. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Next on my list is Jim Marr.
Yeah, hi, Jim Marr, 26 Tomahawk Road here in Arlington. I live about 2 houses away from the property, or there's, I guess, 1 house between my house and the property that we're discussing here. And I had a few questions that I was hoping to ask through the chair. Number one, to the board. Have any of the board members been to the site, walked the site, seen the view of the site from sort of the roads that are being impacted? And one of the reasons I'm asking this is that I'm looking at the 3D rendering that was shown tonight. And that's a very different, let's call it a very different view than what I see every day outside of my house. And so I was just curious if, number one, if any of the board members have seen the site and I guess, evaluated the accuracy of the 3D drawings that were presented.
So I will note I've definitely been to the site to review. If we had mentioned earlier, we had a project just across the street that we were at last year as well. But I've definitely been to the site. I know I've been to 2 of the. I went to the extension of Tower Road. I couldn't at that side. I didn't get to, but I did go to the Tomahawk side and did go to the Washington Street in the corner. And I'm sure other members of the board have made similar visits.
Okay, just because when I see that view depicted in the 3D rendering, knowing the sort of land very well, I find it very hard to believe that that's going to be the same view that I'm going to be seeing once the project is conducted. Second question I have follows up on the last participant's comment, is regarding what's happening to the KMI property. And I was wondering if Mr. Smith could possibly elaborate. At the first meeting, it made it sound like those buildings and structures were going to essentially almost be entirely decommissioned That was sort of I think, I don't know if it was stated explicitly or if it was just implied. Tonight I'm hearing, I thought I heard, and maybe I'm wrong, that Kinder Morgan may be looking to build their own take station on their property. And so I'm just wondering if you could clarify that.
Mr. Smith, do you know anything about Kinder Morgan's plans for their property?
I can say the last statement that Mr. Mars mentioned with respect to Kinder Morgan constructing, I think he said constructing a take station on its own property. Unequivocally, no, they're not doing that. That the take station function is a function of Boston Gas Company, not Kinder Morgan. In terms of what Kinder Morgan is going to do with its property after the take station project is completed, Jeremy, correct me if I'm wrong, but the telemetry building that is currently on the Kinder Morgan property, I believe will be remaining. What will be removed and decommissioned will be all of the current Boston Gas Company equipment and facilities, the existing equipment and facilities that are currently on the Kinder Morgan property. The equipment. It's not to say that those buildings are also going to be removed, because again, those buildings that are on the Kinder Morgan property are owned by Kinder Morgan and occupied by Kinder Morgan. Again, that's the problem with respect to these two entities coexisting on property that Boston Gas Company does not own. And Boston Gas Company is desperately trying to separate itself from that situation.
And Mr. Smith, have you had conversations with Kinder Morgan? Have they been cooperative in discussing this with you, or there was a prior question as to why they're not appearing here? Obviously, this isn't directly related to their property, so they're not specific. They are in a butter, so they certainly were invited to appear. But I just wanted to, is the relationship between Boston Gas and Kinder Morgan such that you're confident that you'll be able to operate effectively during construction and the decommissioning of existing equipment on the site?
To operate during construction, yes, there's a high degree of confidence that will happen. Both companies clearly have a shared mutual interest that both of their functions and operations continue to run smoothly during the course of the construction period. Absolutely.
Okay. Mr. Marr, did you have anything?
Yeah, and I had just two final follow-ups. One, the existing buildings on the Kinder Morgan property have brick facade, what I believe are probably copper roofs. They're green. They certainly fit the neighborhood much better than the sort of industrial-looking buildings that we're seeing proposed here by National Grid. And although I think, as Ms. Dean said earlier on, appreciate the cooperation and the new sort of trees that were proposed, the new fencing that was proposed, is there a possibility of softening sort of the industrial look of those buildings that are being proposed to be built?
Mr. Smith or Mr. Butler, I don't know if either of you know about options for those buildings. Are they're prefab? You said they're concrete buildings, is that correct?
Prefab concrete, yes. There is kind of a stucco alternative siding that you can get to give it a brick facade, so it won't actually be made of brick, but it can have that look. If that is something that would be amendable or preferred, that is something we could definitely look into as an alternative, as something that I know is available. So,
okay. Great, thank you for that.
And then, yeah, and then the one final question just has to do with the walking trails. I think a comment was made earlier that the National Grid they're not committing to maintaining walking trails or not committing to sort of extend access to walking trails. It'll be kind of an unwritten agreement, similar to kind of what exists or has existed for 50 or 60 years in there. And they said that the walking trails really won't be severely impacted by this project. As somebody who walks through there, multiple times a day, my kids go through there to go to school. I walk my dog through there. I use it to access the bus line down on Washington Street. Unequivocally, this project will severely impact those walking trails. The main artery of those walking trails goes directly through where this project is being proposed. So on top of the idea of clearing so many trees to get back into the sort of the center of the woods and get away from what's already cleared, it's also going to severely impact the walking trails that are there. And so I just wanted to, again, I think somebody mentioned earlier, does it need to be extended as far in as they're looking to extend it? Does it, are there other options that were ever explored to make it adjacent to the Kinder Morgan site that's already there and to use some of the existing footprint and expand it a little bit? To me, that seems like it would be certainly a much preferred option for the neighborhood, and would have a less of an impact on the walking trails and less of an impact on the community in general. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next on the list is Asia Kepka.
Hello, this is Asha Kepka, 17 Silk Street, Arlington. I'm actually here because I was very interested in very large gas leaks in the town of Arlington. So I'm trying to understand a little bit about the natural gas. And one of the questions I have, the current facility on Washington Street, is this already a take station?
The building that is on the Kinder Morgan site is a take station, yes.
Okay. It's on your website. It says that this new proposal will feed the community of Everett, Malden, and Lynn. Are these the only communities this take station is going to be feeding, or other municipalities are going to be drawing the natural gas from?
Mr. Butler, I don't know if you can help me with this. I believe last time it was stated that the take station is distributing into the system, but it doesn't necessarily go to designated communities, or is it like, is it sort of feeding the whole system, or is it feeding just specific parts of the system?
Yeah, so it feeds the 200-pound system that also feeds many of the other regulator stations within Arlington, but then because of just how all of the towns that we have are interconnected, it really all depends on usage on any given day on where things are flowing. So there is kind of a typical populace that it would serve on any given day, but I mean, it can branch out. So, I mean, that is, the surrounding towns are the primary recipients of
the other towns like Lexington and Winchester will also be recipients.
Ma'am, I ask you to questions to me, not to the.
Okay.
Thank you.
I'm sorry.
To Mr. Butler, so it would be communities that are both adjacent to us, but also possibly farther afield.
Correct, with Arlington being the primary recipient, but yes, it would make its way to other surrounding towns as well to also support their stations, which it can go the other way if things were to be heavier flow in Arlington. But yes, so that's kind of how it would shake out.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Kepka?
So my first question was originally, like, when I looked at Everett, Malden, and Lynn, which are the properties, the towns that were listed in your proposal, I was then thinking why this is not being introduced in more industrial area like Everett. But now that you have mentioned this to Lexington and Winchester, I have noticed that Winchester and town of Lexington have proposed a planned construction in the coming year. And this property, this particular station, as you mentioned, you wanted to, it's an aging infrastructure from 1997, but I'd like to sort of point out that majority of our town infrastructure is from 1927. I have gone to the town center on the corner of Pleasant and Mass Ave, and you can actually smell the leak. The grade 1 leak was noted in 2024, and it has yet to be repaired. National Grid has been called multiple times, so we actually have plenty of very old, outdated infrastructure that probably should be replaced. So what I would like to ask is, if this, first of all, what happens if this project doesn't go forward? Secondly, if this project goes forward, is this project tied up to replacing infrastructure like lines in Winchester, which shows in the National Grid planning, and Lexington? Both of these municipalities have actually has lower number of gas leaks than Arlington. Arlington is much more dense populated, it's more urban, and I don't see any plans for replacing main infrastructure, which is the pipelines from 1927, specifically in a town center. I hope the board takes a hard look at this project because, gas leaks are so prevalent in Arlington. We have lost many trees, and the problem is in the soil. So planting new trees will really not compensate the great loss that is going to happen when this project goes forward. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next, Gerard Kiley.
Hi, how are you, everybody?
Good. If you could just have your name and address for the record, please.
Yes, I live at 4 Lawrence Lane, Arlington, Massachusetts. And I've lived here 61 years at this address. And I grew up in this neighborhood, and that area that Boston Gas is proposing this project, we used to call it the Mini Woods, and it holds true to heart with me and a lot of my friends that grew up in this area. And through the trails, we used to cut through there to get to Stratton School all the time. And we even had a rope swing back there at one time. But I just want to voice my opinion quickly that, I just think cutting down those trees in that area would be, not a great thing. It's a great area that, and I see a lot of people cutting through there and walking their dogs, and also, wildlife. My wife has seen coyotes there with their pups in those woods, and I personally, I just think it would be a bad idea, and also those trees, I feel, kind of offer a buffer to the wind and snow that comes up through this hill, because we get a lot of snow up on this hill, a lot more than downtown in the center of Arlington. So that's just my opinion. I respect you letting me voice my opinion here. And I hope we come to a good decision.
Thank you very much. Appreciate you being here.
Thank you.
Next, I see Marina Popova.
Hi. Thank you. Thank you for letting me speak. It's Marina Popova, 255 Rich Street. Okay. So I wanted to, I have also a few questions, and my main questions are actually around the bylaw requirements for the special permit. I want to again emphasize that nobody is questioning the right of Boston Gas to use the property for what it is zoned for R1. The question here is whether their request for a special treatment, which is the special permit, is justified, and if it actually complies with our zoning bylaws. Our zoning bylaws explicitly say that specifically section 522B, it states, I'll read, that all uses that pose a present or potential hazard to human health, safety, welfare, or the environment, including through emission or fire or explosive hazard, are expressly prohibited in all districts. So now pressure reducing actually take stations such as the one that is proposed and is in operation. They do vent natural gas outdoors. This activity is actually central to the station's operation. That's relief valves, they release the surplus gas to prevent the damage. Such venting is actually ongoing at other locations in Arlington as well, and it was observed by the town and at the distribution facility on the Grove Street and on the pipes on the Lake Street. So this depressurization and venting, it also occurs, of course, for maintenance, which is what the proponents already stated. However, this is not necessarily just for maintenance. It's actually a necessary aspect of the station's operation over its useful life. So as those are the standard practices, right, then it means that those practices would have to be followed for the station at the Washington Street as well. So now my question is, first of all, does the Boston Gas agree that the outdoor venting of natural gas is the inherent and necessary part of the station's normal operation? That's my question number one. How often that venting would be happening? Because we already, as I already said, we've noticed that this was happening at the Grove Street facilities and on the Lake Street. And given that, has any site-specific air quality or health impact assessment been already conducted? And I would like to see the documents of that. Any document, any assessment provided by, specialists, was it done? And is there any document that is attached to this proposal? Now, if this operation is involving the emissions of this gas into the atmosphere, then I really hope that the board will determine whether this meets the bylaw's definition of the prohibitive use. So, and this is just one part of the bylaw.
Mm-hmm.
So there are other parts of the bylaws that are just as equally critical. And those are the sections 3.3.3 of the zoning bylaw B and F, which states that the requested use is essential or desirable to the public convenience or welfare. I think that by having that 500 people sign the petition saying that this is absolutely not in the interest of the neighborhood in Arlington, we can say that this does not qualify. The next one is the zoning bylaw F, section 3.3.3 zoning bylaw F. It says that the requested use cannot impair the integrity of character of the district or adjoining districts, nor be detrimental to the health or welfare. I think that there's a lot has been said that this absolutely is detrimental to the welfare and health of the neighborhood. So again, I want to stress that 500 people so far have signed a petition saying that, this is not a desirable use of the property that is zoned as R1. If Boston Gas wants to use it as what it is zoned for, it is not a problem. For industrial use, this is a problem because of the reasons that I've stated. So I would like to hear the answers to those questions, but I also have additional ones, so I'll list them here, but I'm not sure if we, of course, will have time to answer them all. But I also would like to hear whether there was, remember that somebody was asking about the assessment of the endangered species, on that land. And the proponents said that, there was a study done and that there was no endangered species found. I would like to see the document and see who did that assessment, at what time period that assessment was done. Because for especially endangered bat species that are protected in North America, it has to be done right at the correct time period by the certified specialist. So I would like to see that report and see who did that assessment and at what period of time. And then to piggyback on the other question that were already asked, I would also like to ask why no other options are even being proposed. I mean, clearly, the neighborhood and Arlington residents do not think that this is a very good plan. There are other options. You could move the new station if you really need it closer to the Washington Street and destroy less of the environment. I'm surprised that there is no other option at all considered. I mean, I understand that this is the desirable one, but usually we like to see if there is not this maybe option 1, 2, 3. I would like to see if there is any possibility to consider additional options as well. So this is it for now. Thank you.
Thank you. So I had intended to close public comment at 9:06. I have one more person, which is a repeat. So I will ask Ms. Brennis if she has an additional question. But after that, I'll go ahead and close public comment. Ms. Brennis?
Hi, thank you. Yeah, I just had a follow-up for my last one. I'm looking at the fact sheet from National Grid that says specifically that the proposed facility will consist of 4 structures, with the primary structure containing a room for regulator runs and a room for a heating system. So before it was stated that there would be no space heating, I assume that this is then some sort of industrial heating, and as a result, I imagine that there are probably emissions associated with any sort of combustion that goes into industrial heating processes if it's not space heating, which I then would wonder how that shakes out with the 5.2 bylaw and emissions. And I just also kind of wanted to second what Ms. Popova had just said about depressurization and venting. It is, in my understanding, a critical component for safety of anywhere you have high pressure gas and depressurization, that there is operational venting. So it's just a big surprise to me to hear that. And and I would love to hear or see more documentation about how there would be a high pressure station where that wouldn't be required for safety, because if there was overpressurization, then it could lead to an explosion. That just seems unintuitive, and I would urge that the board sort of follow up on that and for quantifiable amounts of gas that would be emitted, which can sometimes have trace VOCs, which are carcinogenic. Thank you.
Thank you. So with that, I will go ahead and close the public comment period for tonight. We do have a lot of outstanding questions here, and I would, Mr. Smith, I'm going to address a few of these to you, and if you would like to forward them along to Mr. Butler, that would certainly make sense. There's been a couple questions raised about this question of a heating system. And is that just heating for the that's a part of the industrial process, or is it just for space heating for the spaces, in which case is it just making sure that it's not going to be sort of any kind of gas-fired units or anything that would have an emission?
I'm going to let Jeremy address that, Mr. Chair, but I think it's been asked and answered. I believe it's the former, but Jeremy, if you could expound.
Yeah, so it's not heaters for the sake of space heating. There are boilers that are used to heat the gas stream because it needs to be heated prior to cutting the pressure through the regulator runs. So that is the function of, they're referred to as heaters, but it is just an industrial boiler. And there is no electric alternative that can meet the BTUs of what these boilers can do as far as heating the gas stream. So that is the purpose of it. There is no space heating component of it.
Okay, so there is a gas-fired boiler that is a part of the process.
Correct.
Okay. And then I had asked prior about whether there's venting as a part of the depressurization process. I understand that there's always venting for safety, but the depressurization itself does not inherently have venting in it, and you've already answered it, but that is correct.
Correct. If I could add just a touch, since it seems there's some confusion. So there is no relief valves as part of this process. Relief valves are an option so that you can avoid overpressurization events. That is not the only option for avoiding overpressurization. You can put regulators in series, which is very common, and that is what we've done here, and that's what we do at all of our take stations. So as far as regulators go, they just cut pressure across it. You don't need to release anything to cut the pressure. You just need to have a small enough port that only so much can get through, and that is what effectively cuts the pressure. So that is the setup we have here, is where it would be 3 regulators that are all self-contained, and there would be no release as part of those cutting the pressure.
Okay.
Hopefully that helps.
Okay. I know there's been a lot of questions about existing gas leaks in town, which is obviously not a part of this application, but has certainly sparked a lot of interest in this because of the long history of gas leaks in the distribution system in town. I don't know if you're able to address any questions about would this impact any of the existing leaks? Would it spur any interest in repairing any of the additional leaks?
So those are separate, I guess, would be the first big thing. So to answer the question, as far as impacts to leaks, this work would have no impacts to the leaks themselves. In terms of the funding, it is separate buckets, so to speak, as far as to fund pressure regulation work versus main replacement work. So we do have programs for main replacement. The big hindrance with Arlington, as is with every town, is there's typically crew limits. So no town wants us to come in and have 13 streets shut down so that we can do all of the work at once. I think Arlington tends to be a bit more stringent compared to some other towns because it is such a densely populated area and they're doing their own work, that it's very difficult to have us come in with 5, 6 crews working at any time. So because we are limited in the amount of crews that we can have at any one time, it's just going to take longer. So it's not anyone's fault per se. It's just the nature of how the town is set up. It's very difficult to get a lot of work done at once.
Okay. There's been a couple questions about the wildlife assessment. I know it's referenced in your paperwork. Was that something that that National Grid had done in-house, or was that something that was done by an outside group?
Do we still have Patrick Hutchinson on the call?
Yeah, I'm here.
No. Patrick, would you mind tackling that one?
Absolutely. Everybody, Patrick Hutchinson, National Grid environmental scientist. Just to touch on it, yeah, so when these jobs come up for review, we send a consultant out to do a site visit and determine whether there's any environmental resources, anything jurisdictional on the property. So we sent the first one out. I'm sorry, I'm doing it from my phone, so I can't see the document, but was in 2023. Nothing was found. It's high and dry. No wetlands, no rivers or streams, no potential vernal pools. And then the second one was done in 2025. We just did a refresher as we were going through these designs, and confirmed again that there was nothing out there. And just by nature of the size of the project being well under an acre, the national trigger for review under Fish and Wildlife, or to get the nationwide construction general permit, you'd need an acre of disturbance. We're well under that to qualify for full-blown habitat assessment, habitat evaluations. But we are taking mitigation strategies regardless of the size. We are gonna clear. There was a question about bats. We are clearing. We don't have hits for. It's not noted bat habitat or anything, but we're gonna clear trees outside of pup season, which would be June and July timeframe. So we're gonna do what we can to stay out of to mitigate it as best we can, even though we don't have a federal permitting matrix to require us to do that.
Thank you for that. Was there any specific evaluation for endangered species or just for habitat?
Yep. So the property doesn't. It's not under natural heritage endangered species program. It's not qualified as estimated habitat or priority habitat. So there is no hit for anything
Okay.
out there that's known by the state or regulated by the state.
Okay. So turning back to the board, are there additional questions from the board or any follow-up questions that I may have missed?
Mr. Chair,
Mr. LeBlanc.
one thing that did come to mind earlier, but I forgot it. Are we able to, excuse me, in conditions, be able to have something around how long they need to establish and maintain all of the plantings that are being done? 'Cause it seems like there's a lot of thoughtfulness in how they were approached, but wanting to make sure that they actually survive. I know typically on projects that I do, it's a year warranty that you get from the landscaper that does it in. Is there something more that we can add to that? And then generally about ongoing maintenance of said plantings to try and keep them alive.
So we
Or
can,
establish them, I should say, is probably the better term.
yeah, so we can definitely condition the maintenance of the plants. Typically, it's a 3-year period, where if anything perishes during that time, it has to be replaced. But it typically does not extend beyond 3 years.
And then my other thing was there was some discussion before about the building architecture itself, and I agree. I don't particularly like the industrial look to it, but I didn't know that there was other options to it. So I do like the option that was brought up of the potential brick stucco work on it. Does seem like that might go along with the structures that are next door and that will be there, and then also fitting in a little bit better with the neighborhood.
Thank you for bringing that up. Other questions from the board at this time?
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Dupont.
So I have to admit to being a little overwhelmed with information. And I mean, some of the subjects that we have covered tonight are fairly straightforward. What's the zoning basis, the special permit as you read it in the tables in the zoning bylaw. Questions about, is there a better, more desirable placement for the building that doesn't involve taking down as much of the trees, the appearance, the aesthetic, the fence, all of that sort of stuff seems to be fairly routine in the way we look at things. However, when I sort of transition over into questions, as many of the community members, the neighbors have voiced, which I find to be pretty compelling and important, I feel at that point that I'm not sure I understand enough, quite frankly, to have an opinion in terms of a vote. And for instance, Ms. Brennis went through a list of questions and observations. And I had looked, I didn't see that she had published those in a letter before that was included in the record. But when you get to safety, I think it was Mr. Bowie or one of the others had mentioned that they see emissions. That's a little bit of a concern to me, when you talk about that and you talk about, okay, well, what's in that stuff? What's the air quality impact of all of that? And I know that we've sort of in the last meeting talked about the need for the place to be built in the first instance, and I know that there are facts that have been presented by counsel for the applicant. But sort of getting back to the list of questions that Ms. Brennis had, this is where I feel like I wish I had an expert witness who could sort of field all of these sorts of questions from both the neighbors and then sort of give a better overview of what's being proposed and the representations that are being made by the applicant. Not that I think they're being deceptive in any way, but I just think it's one of those things where I feel like this is not where you're building a garage in a, with a variance and, what's the harm if somehow maybe it wasn't the right thing to do. I'm just really concerned that without answers to the most important questions, some of which I think have been raised maybe for the first time tonight, I don't feel that it's responsible, honestly, to take a vote on this. And so I would like to have a list of the questions that were raised by Ms. Brennis and some of the others put to the applicant so that they could address those, so that we could at least have a sense as to what the response, what those responses are, and how we then can process it. Because I'm no technical expert. So that's my comment. I'm not comfortable at this point with the information that I have in light of the questions that have been raised.
Right. Thank you, Mr. DuPont. I know some of those questions, there's a question about whether there was a change in the pressure of the distribution system, to which the response was no. There was a question about venting and blowdowns, which we talked about. I don't know if National Grid maintains a documentation of any time there's venting or anything with volumes and such. That would be something that people could reference after the fact. I don't think there's any I think there was a question about whether there is notice at the time. I don't know if that happens either. I guess that would be a question I could ask Mr. Smith. Is there a specific procedure when a facility such as this is going to be venting? Because it sounds like the venting that happens is actually planned. Is there any kind of advance notice of that, or any documentation after the fact?
Jeremy, do you want to take this one?
Yep, sure. So I guess I don't have a 100% certain answer. I don't believe there's any formal notification process. If there's any planned work in terms of construction work, there are notice to abutters, but that really wouldn't qualify if once this is up and operational, we were to be doing any sort of like temporary shutdown, so to speak. I'm not aware of any notifications that would go out. It is typically, like I've said, a very discreet release too in those scenarios where it's a controlled release with people on site. It's through vent stacks and it's monitored. So it's also confined to, call it, an hour or so, if not less. So there's no real formal notification process that I'm aware of other than calls to maybe say the fire department so that they're aware if they get any calls about gas in certain areas that they know that there's work occurring.
The materials that are used in the odorization process, are there any hazards inherent with that? And are there any storage concerns about that product?
To the best of my knowledge, it is technically classified as, I don't want to say definitively on if it's hazardous or non-hazardous, but what I can speak to is that the system that it is contained within also has secondary containment. So if in the event there was any sort of failure with the primary storage tank, then it is captured in that secondary storage system.
Okay.
That would have to be a takeaway that we can confirm in more detail as far as the hazardous requirements, but there is a separate permit that would be handled under as well. So that's an item to point out.
Okay, so who would handle the permitting of that? Is that the town as well?
That would be through either a combination of the fire department and the plumbing board or both. But yeah, they both would be aware of this site now storing that chemical in bulk.
Okay.
And then one other item to add to is a lot of items that have been brought up is I do want to kind of make everyone aware too that this also isn't just us kind of doing whatever we see fit. There is the Massachusetts DPU that oversees everything that we do, and they do look at everything that we do. So in terms of emissions and things like that is really the responsibility of the DPU, and I don't think necessarily on the board to be responsible for. I've definitely applaud you guys being curious and wanting to know about it. But as far as it being the responsibility of the board, I'm not sure if that's as much of it falls on you guys as it maybe seems. So I get something just to mention.
Okay, thank you for that.
Mr. Chair, can I just also add on
Yes,
to
Mr. Smith.
that? It's sort of been a reoccurring theme, but there have been a number of questions relating to safety in one form or fashion or another. And in its most simplistic view of this, again, this all starts with the fact that we are looking at a facility that's been there for decades. The equipment is more than 50 years old, more than half a century in some cases. And so a major component and driver and impetus for this project is asset replacement due to aging equipment, which is related to safety. And so what the company is doing as its obligation is to replace that equipment to make it is safe now, but to make it more safe and to comply with all regulations at state, federal levels, and as well as all of the safety standards that are imposed not only by the company, but are imposed on the company by a number of agencies that oversee these types of facilities. So the company is looking to be safe. That is the whole purpose of this, to provide reliability with respect to its distribution operation, but also to make this site itself as safe as possible. And they're replacing it with a state-of-the-art equipment and state-of-the-art facility equipment enclosures that will house this equipment. And so it's not as if they are, it's not as if you've got new equipment on the Kinder Morgan site and they're getting rid of that and just putting the same new equipment on Boston Gas Company site. Again, this equipment is 50 plus years old. The company is all about safety.
Great. Thank you for that. So going back to sort of the basis of this, so this is a request for a special permit. It is for a use that is listed on the table as a special permit use. And so as such, in order for the permit to be issued, the Zoning Board of Appeals needs to apply the special permit criteria specific to the proposed use. This is not a category that has any additional requirements for findings that the board needs to make. This is just generally under the requirements for special permits, and as had been noted, special permits are well stipulated under state law. They are criteria that are enumerated in our zoning bylaw as well under section 333. And so there are the general finding that the board needs to reach is that the adverse effects of the proposed use will not outweigh its beneficial impacts to the town or the neighborhood in view of the characteristics of the site, proposal in relation to the site. The determination shall include findings that all of the following criteria for granting a special permit are met. The first is that the use requested is listed as a special permit use in the use regulations for the applicable district or as so designated elsewhere in this bylaw. As we've noted, this is a special permit use in the table of uses for residential districts. The second is that the requested use is essential or desirable to the public convenience or welfare. I think this is one that the board is going to need to discuss a little bit as to what their feeling on that as to whether this is essential or desirable. The third is the requested use will not create undue traffic congestion or unduly impair pedestrian safety. I think that is a finding that the board can make. Certainly, there's not going to be a noticeable increase in traffic congestion outside of the time of construction, but that's inherent in all construction operations. And in terms of impairing pedestrian safety, I know that there is pedestrian use of the property, but that is not a use that is core to the operation of the site. That is just use that happens by the property being open and available, and so I don't think that that would apply in this case as unduly impairing pedestrian safety. The fourth criteria is the requested use will not overload any public water, drainage, or sewer system or any other municipal system to such an extent that the requested use or any developed use in the immediate area or in any other area of the town will be unduly subjected to hazards affecting health, safety, or the general welfare. So the use of this site will not be overly using public water, sewage, or drainage. It will not tax the electrical system. It will not tax the gas system. And so I think that the board can make this finding that that will not the immediate area or other area of the town will be unduly subjected to hazards affecting health, safety, or general welfare related to the use of public systems, which is what this question is related to. E is that any special regulations for the use may be provided in this bylaw are fulfilled. As I noted, there are no special regulations for this use. It is just falling under special permit requirements. Number 6 is the requested use will not impair the integrity or character of the district or adjoining districts, nor be detrimental to the health or welfare. As has been noted, this is another one that the board will need to discuss a little more closely. And the last is that the requested use will not, by its addition to a neighborhood, cause an excess of the use that could be detrimental to the character of said neighborhood. I've sort of gone a little back and forth on this because this will be a second take station in the neighborhood, but as had been noted, that the take station equipment will be removed, and so it will not function as a take station. So a neighborhood that currently has one take station will afterwards have a single take station. Although the property that's under Kinder Morgan's control will still have some facilities, it won't be for this use. And so Mr. Dupont had expressed some concern about having sufficient information to close the hearing. Mr. Dupont, did you want to? What exactly would you be looking for?
So, in summary, I'm just more concerned about the safety aspect than anything else. And I guess what I've heard suggests that there are standards that are imposed by regulatory agencies, I assume state and federal, and I just want to make sure that nothing is being overlooked. So there's not anything specific that I heard from any of the comments that I say, well, I need more information about that point. But for me, it boils down to that more importantly than any of the other considerations in the in the 3.33, the special permit criteria. So I can't point to anything in particular. So I'm just going to have to try to process what I've heard, and then the comments that were made by Mr. Smith and Mr. Butler afterwards as well. Thank you.
Okay. So I'm trying to think for the best way for the board to proceed with its deliberations. I think that where we really need to focus our discussion at this point would sort of be three points. One is, do we have sufficient information to to address the required findings under special permit, or is there any additional information that we need or um, anything along those lines? And then the other are the 2 points that we would want to spend more time discussing. One is that the requested use is essential or desirable to public convenience or welfare. And the other is the requested use will not impair the integrity or character of the district or adjoining districts, nor be detrimental to the health or welfare. I think I would propose for discussion purposes for the first of those two, whether it's essential or desirable to public convenience or welfare. So this is considered an essential service, the distribution of natural gas. I know the town is moving away from natural gas. The town has made several categories where natural gas is no longer allowed to be used for certain purposes. I will note I was unaware that the reheating of the gas as a part of the process would be done by a boiler that is a gas boiler. And I don't know how that relates to the town's bylaw. And so that's something I would need to discuss with the town just to make sure we're not running afoul of that bylaw. My sense is it is probably fine, but I just would want to confirm with inspection services that that's the case. But apart from that, certainly the town has a great reduction in the amount of natural gas. A lot of people are moving away from natural gas. I myself have moved away from natural gas. But it does remain something that is essential to a vast quantity of properties in Arlington and neighboring communities, and will continue to do so for the foreseeable future while we transition, hopefully fully away from fossil fuels. But for the meantime, we do need to maintain service. And as has been noted, a lot of the equipment that exists on this site today is older equipment, and the proposal from National Grid would be to create new facilities that are larger capacity, but also would be safer, would be more modernized, and would I think in a general overview would be safer than the system that is in place today. And so I would propose to the board that although it's not great having these facilities, and that this location is somewhat unfortunate given the layout of the town, that the need for a take station and for the upgrading of the take station that exists on this site, on the adjacent site, is something that the replacement and upgrade of that system may be considered essential or desirable. In regards to the question of the siting, I'm assuming, Mr. Smith, that the location of a take station like this is limited by its need to be proximate to the high pressure line that it's working from and the distribution point from there. Is that correct?
That's correct, Mr. Chair. It's analogous to, if you think about an electric substation, for example. Typically they try to be in relative close proximity to transmission lines or distribution lines, because they all interconnect.
Okay.
Mr. Chair,
Mr. Barnowski.
could I add something to the essential or desirable part? Well, I agree with you that I think we should figure out exactly how this works with the town's net zero bylaws. I was reading them quickly as trying to figure out with the boiler how it worked, how the boiler factored into that equation here. I'm just not sure, but from my reading them. That said, the applicant has represented that sharing the space, I'm looking at the letter, sharing the space with Kinder Morgan is no longer possible in terms of both state and federal regulatory guidelines. I do think that insofar as this is not butting up against other bylaws, that is something that is an indication that goes in the mix of that this is an essential upgrade dictated by other sources of law, it seems, that this is not something that can happen just on the current property. But that said, obviously I want to be clear that we're not creating some kind of problem with other bylaws here.
Right.
The heater, with the boiler, I should say, sorry.
Okay. Any other questions from the board in regards to the second criteria for special permit, that the use is essential or desirable? None. I'll move ahead to the seventh. The requested use will not impair the integrity or character of the district or adjoining districts, nor be detrimental to the health or welfare. So for the first part of that, the applicant has made several changes to the initial plan in terms of landscaping and the fencing that they're proposing. And this evening we had talked about the buildings themselves, that they could be have a brick appearance applied to them, and that the roofs could be of a light color, which would help to limit the heat island effect of the buildings themselves. Certainly they're not residential. The use would not be residential use. But the structures themselves are, and the appearance of are trying to be better integrated with the community than what was shown what we've seen before, and hopefully will be a better appearance than what's there today. Certainly the site that's there right now doesn't appear to be super well maintained. And I'm hoping that once should this move forward and should National Grid move out of that property, that the property owner that is there today can be encouraged to clean up the site and to make some improvements, but that obviously is outside the scope of this hearing. But the question of health and welfare is a big question, and it's something that the board should be considering. In addition to this question about whether the heating system, how the net zero bylaw applies to it, is there any other information the board needs to make a determination about whether this would be detrimental to the health or welfare of the neighborhood?
Mr. Chair.
Mr. LeBlanc.
One thing that would be, I think, good to understand is what the size of this boiler is and what its emissions sort of are and how they relate to what might we see in a pre all electric bylaw in the town of a single family house having a gas boiler for heating and a gas hot water tank. Not ideal, but something to give us a baseline to help us understand.
So, Mr. Butler, does the existing facility have a boiler like this?
Correct, it does. It actually, the existing is 4 boilers. So as long as we're getting into the details of it, the existing is 4 boilers. The proposed is 3. The capacity of the 3 is slightly higher than it works out to be capacity wise in terms of heating about the same between the 2
though. Are there efficiency upgrades that are in the equipment between the old and the new?
Yes, I don't have those numbers off the top of my head, but depending on the heat transfer efficiency, you can get upwards of 90 to 95% efficiency on the boilers. That's not necessarily common. I don't think it goes any lower than, say, 80 to 85, but it does kind of operate on a curve based off of how well the gas stream is absorbing the heat from the heated glycol from the hydronic heating system.
Okay. And the boilers that are there currently, they would be I'm assuming of a lower efficiency?
Correct. Yes. If I had to guess, I think those ones we could get you hard numbers if that would be preferred, but they're probably in the range of about 75 to 80 at the high end. So yeah, there has been efficiency improvements since those were put in.
And as far as you're aware, have there been any complaints about the emissions from those boilers?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, if I may,
Mr. Smith.
Just with respect to the bylaw, my understanding and my recollection as well from the last meeting, and based on my read of the bylaw, my understanding is that the intent of and purpose of this has nothing to do with the process related function that Jeremy has described in connection with a take station. I don't believe that this bylaw was in any way intended to apply to that function, but rather to what's been mentioned off and on throughout this meeting, and I think the last meeting too, things like space heating, water heating, cooking, drying, those types of functions, consumer-based functions, but also you might see in a business type of a operation, not a public utility facility.
Okay. Yeah, I know there had been I had an initial conversation with the building inspector about the general applicability because this is considered, this would be gas infrastructure. And he had said no, that because this is specifically a gas infrastructure, it was not a part of the it did not fall under the egress the aegis of that bylaw. But the question was, that this is there's now a boiler that we had been unaware of initially. So I wanted to make sure that we had done our due diligence on that. But certainly if the board was comfortable with, certainly the board would not be making a determination in regards to that bylaw, and should the board act to approve the special permit and the building department felt that the boiler did not meet the requirements under that bylaw, that would be handled separately. That would not be our concern. As Mr. Smith had noted, that's not specifically, compliance with that bylaw is not under the jurisdiction of this board.
Mr. Chair, as well, just I'll quickly mention that some of the conditions that had also been suggested by you, I think you and your fellow board members, we are open and amenable to all of those, including the white roof, as was mentioned, with respect to the heat island effect, the brick facade, and the landscape maintenance provision that you had mentioned, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. So with that, is there any additional information that members of the board feel this board needs to render a decision?
Mr. Chairman?
Mr. DuPont.
So I don't want to prolong this, but I did want to just follow up. So when one of the neighbors said that he had observed emissions, I guess what I would like to know is what is it that he is seeing if one of the applicants' representatives could address that. So what would that be that he's seeing, number one? If this project goes through, will that be the same system that is producing what he is calling emissions? And number three, are those emissions subject to regulation by state or federal agencies? And is there a way, or is part of that regulation knowing exactly what is contained in those emissions? Because that was something that I thought sounded like it was a concern, and I just want to make sure that I understand that.
Okay, so the gentleman who had noted seeing emissions was Mr. Bowie. I don't know if Mr. Bowie is still on the call.
I'm still here, Mr. Chair. So,
Hi, could you just expand a little bit upon when you had said that you were able to see gas emissions? What exactly were you seeing, and if you could describe that a little better?
well, in the current existing structure right now, Kinder Morgan's, I would probably see the way I describe it is white stuff coming out of that structures. And I've seen it coming out of that structure, that building structure several times a week. And that's my concern. I don't know what's contained in those emissions. And like I said, my property is literally right next to that structure. And I'm concerned because, and my patio is right next to it. And I don't want to breathe that air. I don't know the question is, I don't know what's in those emissions.
So are they coming out of like a stack, or are they
coming out of stacks a
Okay.
lot? Yeah, even in the winter time right now, I still see that's coming out of stacks. And my concern is, I don't know what's coming out of those stacks. Could they be carcinogenics? And I think, again, this is a residential area, and we all breathe in the same air. We go back to the air quality. So I want to know what's coming out of those stacks. And now, if you build another structure, bigger structures now, I would expect more emissions coming out of that. And again, what's coming out of those?
All right, let me thank you for your clarification on that. So emissions from stacks on site, is that, Mr. Butler, would that be primarily related to the boilers themselves?
From the description I'm hearing, that's what it would sound like. I guess a question I would have too is this observed year round, or is this observed when it's colder? Since when there is the temperature difference, then you would just be seeing vapor, right? So if it's year round, it would be different. But if I could ask that clarification.
Mr. Bowie?
Yes, it's year round. I see it year round. And from, like I said, from my backyard, I see it year round.
Okay. Yeah, with that said, I think it sounds like it would be from the boilers themselves. It'd be hard to say definitively without actually going out there and pointing to it, just to make sure we're looking at exactly the same thing, right? But if it were to be the boilers, my assumption would be that it is burnt methane in some capacity. It wouldn't be anything beyond that. But again, tough to say definitively without actually being out there to confirm we're looking at the same thing.
Okay. Great. Thank you, Mr. Butler. Thank you, Mr. Bowie. Mr. DuPont, did you have?
So I guess, I understand that, and I just want to be sure that whatever it is, even though, and I take the point that Mr. Butler just made, but okay, so what is it? And is there a way, is it regulated? Does somebody go out there periodically to look at it? If there's a new system that's being installed, is it going to essentially replace what Mr. Bowie is seeing now? If that was to happen, is there going to be sort of a new way that this is going to be a new exhaust system? And is that something I would imagine that is a code that's set by some agency that would require that it have a certain ability to make sure that anything that's discharged is going to not be harmful? So that's sort of where I'm going. I just want to make sure that I know that this is going to be safe. Whatever replaces what's there now, is it going to be safe? Are there regulations? Is there control? So that we don't have something that's this unknown, chemical that is being, and I realize that that's unlikely probably, but we need certainty, a little bit of certainty for the neighbors in this.
Yeah, so I mean, I think part of the question had been in regards to the, the efficiency of the boilers, so that the chances are what is being seen is, it's what comes out of, most chimneys in Arlington, which is the combustion of the methane. And so if the boilers are more efficient than the prior ones, then the level of emissions that are related to combustion should be reduced rather than over what's there today. And it sounds from the discussion that the emission of unburned hydrocarbons is not something that is typical for this and would only happen if it was specifically done as a part of some sort of testing or commissioning of the site, and not something that would be a part of standard operations.
Yeah, just to add.
Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, sorry. As I was just going to say that as far as boiler code has come a long way as far as the minimum efficiency requirements. So, like I was saying, they are more efficient. In terms of operation, though, they are comparable. New boilers do have, like, say, condensate traps and filters within it. So there is some additional containment compared to, say, the older ones. But that's not to say that there wouldn't be some level of emissions, but having it be anything other than hydrocarbons, I can't imagine what else would be causing it. And even then, as far as the burnt hydrocarbons go, even unburnt hydrocarbons, it's typically not something you really see. It's when you get that temperature difference, and the heat within that vent is, even if it is on say a warmer day, it is a much higher temperature of what's coming out of that stack. We're talking like 160 degrees Fahrenheit or so. So you would still get that vapor, is probably more what you're seeing, just given the temperature change once it exits the stack and actually enters the atmosphere.
Okay.
So last clarification, Mr. Chairman. So are we confident that we're talking about the boiler and not some other part of the system that is emitting whatever's being seen?
Is there anything else that on the site that leads to a stack, Mr. Butler?
Nothing that I can think of as of right now. Yeah, the regulators are in the below grade vault. They're not near any sort of stack. Everything, yeah, that would be the only thing that would have any sort of vent associated with it that would see something like that.
Thank you.
Okay. So I will note that so we have the question before the board is, do we have enough information to make a decision? Is there any additional information the board needs before making a decision? And then what is the sense of the board in terms of the criteria for the special permit? My sense is that the board does have the information it needs, but we just need to go and evaluate the criteria one by one to make sure that we're comfortable with the finding that the board would need to make. So with that, I'll go back to the so do we feel that we can find that the adverse effects of the proposed use will not outweigh its beneficial impacts in view of the characteristics of the site and the proposal in relation to the site? Where the site being sort of the greater site between the two, this and the Kinder Morgan property, where the site already has this use on it, and the intention is to replace, not to add a second version of the use, but to replace the existing use with a new use of the same type. Even though it's a special permit use, I think it's difficult to say that the adverse effects of moving the use to a new site on the effectively the same land would outweigh the beneficial impacts. The beneficial impacts would be the continuation of the existing service using new and upgraded equipment, and all, knowing that the town is trying and the residents are trying to reduce the use of fossil fuels in town and moving strongly in that direction. That I think unfortunately we're not at the point now where we could just eliminate the use directly without having a transition period. That is what we're sort of doing now. And so my feeling on this the criteria is that the adverse effects of having this are outweighed by the beneficial impacts of having the continuation of service that's not through equipment that's outdated, and at the end of its useful life. Does the board agree?
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Baranowski.
I agree. I think the one thing I'll say, and because it's not under our jurisdiction, is that the fossil fuel prohibition on new fossil fuel infrastructure, insofar as not interpreting that is not under our jurisdiction. I agree just how we're interpreting our bylaws. And I would just leave it at that, although I'm not completely sure about the applicant's interpretation of the fossil fuel bylaw. I would just leave it at that.
Okay. Bales?
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. DuPont.
I would go along with that as well.
Okay. Then the additional finding criteria that the board needs to the additional findings are requested. The use requested is listed as special permit use. We addressed that. This is special permit under the bylaw. Second, the requested use is essential or desirable to the public convenience or welfare. I would not say it's desirable, but I think at this stage I think we need to say it's essential to the public convenience to be able to continue the use of existing fossil fuel systems until such time as they can be replaced. I know there's sort of an orderly transition of that happening now in town. Hopefully it will continue. And that, when this equipment is at the end of its useful life, this will not be something that will need to be replaced and will just be decommissioned and taken out of service. But I think for the foreseeable future, we are unfortunately still in a position where we need to maintain access to natural gas for the inhabitants of the town, and as such, we should not. I think we can find that this is essential to the public convenience. The third being that the requested use will not create undue traffic congestion or impair pedestrian safety. We have addressed that. Requested use will not overload any public water, drainage, or sewer system or other municipal systems to such an extent that the requested use will be unduly subjected to the town to issues with health, safety, and general welfare. And I believe that is a finding we can make as well. There are no special regulations for this use that can be fulfilled. The seventh, the requested use will not impair the integrity or character of the district or adjoining districts, nor be detrimental to the health or welfare. sorry, the first part, where we do understand that this is a a wooded lot in town, where we don't have as many of these sort of wooden lots around, and this is going to be impacting that, and that impact will certainly be most closely felt by those who are abutters and neighbors of this property. I think, but the moves that have been taken to try and make the fencing appear more residential, of making the landscaping far more extensive, and better tied to the use of native plants, the use of plants that are drought tolerant, are things that will improve the site and will extend over time and be sort of make this a lot better than the site that's next door, and that the having the buildings be faced as Mr. Smith had said, that that doing the sort of a brick-like facades with the white roofs, and the maintained landscaping will make it so this doesn't really impair the integrity or character. The question about be detrimental to the health or welfare is the other one we've been discussing. I know there are a lot of concerns about what happens on this site, what the impacts of this site will be off-site, and what sort of emissions there are, what materials there are on site. I think the applicant has worked hard to try to explain this to the board and to the people who are participating in the hearing, to explain that there are some emissions that are related to the use of the boilers for the heating of the fuels. If that's something that is currently happening, that is something that will go away from the other site when it is brought online at this site, so that that's sort of an existing thing that will continue. The emissions that are similar to the emissions that would come from any other building that has natural gas heating. And as an aside, the board had noted that the compliance with the fossil fuel free bylaw is not under the jurisdiction of this board, and is something that will be determined independently by the building department upon the review of the building application. So I think that, excuse me, I feel that the board can make a determination that this will not impair the integrity or character of the district, although it is a special permit use. And the last is the requested use will not, by its addition to the neighborhood, cause an excess of the use that could be detrimental to the character of said neighborhood. As we had noted, this will replace the function of the existing structures that are on the neighboring site. They will not, this will not guarantee that those buildings will be removed. It doesn't guarantee that that property will be in any other way improved. That's something we would certainly hope could happen in the longer term, but it's not something that the board has jurisdiction over. So members of the board, are there any comments as to those proposed findings? Hearing none, should the board vote to approve this application, there are 3 standard conditions that the board would apply. The first is that the plans and specifications approved by the board for the special permit shall be the final plans and specifications submitted to the building inspector of the town of Arlington. In connection with this application for zoning relief, should be no deviation during construction from approved plans and specifications without the express written approval of the Arlington Zoning Board of Appeals. The second is that the building inspector is hereby notified that he is to monitor the site and should proceed with appropriate enforcement procedures at any time they determine that violations are present. Building inspector shall proceed under Section 3.1 of the zoning bylaw and under the provisions of Chapter 40, Section 21D of the Massachusetts General Laws and institute non-criminal complaints. If necessary, the building inspector may also approve and institute appropriate criminal action, also in accordance with Section 3.1. And the third is that the board shall maintain continuing jurisdiction with respect to the special permit grant. In addition to that, we have noted that the roofing material should be to be white or of a light color to limit heat island effects. The fifth would be that the buildings are to be faced with a brick-like veneer, similar to the structures on the adjacent property. And the sixth would be that the provided plantings to be maintained for a period of 3 years. And that the applicant shall replace any plantings that don't take during that period. Are there other conditions that members of the board feel would be appropriate and necessary for this application?
Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Dupont?
So from the last meeting, I just had a note, and I'm not sure what the details would be, but were we going to have a noise complaint condition?
We certainly could discuss that. I think the question is how we would set a criteria for how that would happen. I mean, certainly right now, if there's a noise issue, people can complain to National Grid. They could complain to the town, who would then forward it to National Grid. But is there some kind of a criteria that we are looking to impose?
If I may, I don't recall there being criteria, so if it's either and or complain to the town or to National Grid, I think that's what will have to happen.
Okay. I just don't know how else we would do it. I know that the town has a lot of trouble with the existing noise ordinance, especially in relation to like leaf blowers and such, and it's difficult to know how we could put in a specific noise ordinance on this that would be applicable and enforceable.
All right, thank you.
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Mr. Smith?
I touched upon this a little bit earlier, but my feeling is that the town does have a local noise bylaw. There are other noise related regulations that the property, the operation would be subject to. I think if there's a noise bylaws, noise regulations are driven by complaints and enforcement. And that mechanism is already in place in the town. So I feel like there's really no need to have a special condition in the decision. If the neighbors feel as though there's noise levels that are disruptive, whether or not they're in exceedance of what the town's noise bylaw might impose, they have the right to go complain to whomever it might be. It may be the building commissioner, it may be the health agent, board of health agent. Every city and town's different. But I feel as though that enforcement right is already baked into the town's own regulations. There's no risk, I feel, in not having a specific condition in this decision. Neighbors have a complaint about the noise, they can pick up the phone and call either the company or National Grid, or most likely, I think they probably would call the building department, or maybe even the police. I'm not sure exactly what the protocol might be, but oftentimes it's the building department with noise complaints, if not the board of health agent.
Is there any signage that's proposed to go along with this?
Jeremy, I believe an identification sign.
Okay.
Identifying the station number.
At the gate, it's typical, and then it includes our phone number as well.
Okay,
Or
so it does
if we
include
found legal
information on how to contact you should there be a concern or a complaint.
Correct.
Okay. Yeah, I believe I've seen a similar sign to the facility you have on Grove Street. That's just...
Yep, it'd be the exact same thing, just change of address, right?
Okay.
So,
Are there any other conditions that the board would want to attach? Hearing none, I can go ahead and start to draft a decision. My sense from the board is that the project does meet the criteria for a special permit. The board, there aren't any specific objections that the board can make under the bylaw where the applicant and the project does appear to meet the criteria. I'll take one last look at it as I prepare the decision in case we need to look at it again. But my sense is that that's the case, that this does meet the criteria for a special permit under section 333. So with that, and if there is no other information requested from the board, I would move that the board close the public hearing on docket 3880-307 Washington Street.
Second.
Is there a second to close?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. DuPont. So then roll call vote of the board. This is to close the hearing on 307 Washington Street. Mr. DuPont?
Yes.
Mr. LeBlanc?
Yes.
Mr. Baranowski?
Yes.
And the chair votes yes. We are closed on 307 Washington Street. I thank the applicant for their appearances and for the work they've done in support of this application. Thank you to the members of the public. I know this is, for most of you, this is not what you had hoped the board would do. But this is what the bylaws of the town sort of are directing us towards. So with that, we will go ahead and this hearing is closed. We'll move on to the next, which is docket 3873, 125 Broadway.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. I believe Mr. Leone is here. So, Mr. Leone, if you want to go ahead and tell us what may have changed in the intervening 2 weeks since we saw you last.
Well, I have to lead off with my comment. This is a gas station, a gas pumping station of a different sort. In the last 2 weeks, we've addressed all of the concerns of the board, I believe. We got a revised stanchion sign plan showing its height to be 19 feet in compliance with the previous variance that granted a sign for 19 feet. We've also address the other comments and concerns of the board with the new plans that were filed today due to the snowstorm and frankly the illness of our architect. He had food poisoning last week and couldn't get them to me sooner, so I got them this morning and pushed them right off through to you guys, so you'll have them. We addressed the rear yard setback is the same on their old plan. The rear yard line looked like it was at an angle. It isn't, it's straight. And their measurements have it approximately 4 feet, not even the 3 feet that it was allowed in one of the previous variances. That would be the 1972 variance, allowed a three foot, and apparently they built it at about 4 feet. The roof over the front door has been moved, so it's centered over the front door at the request of one of the board members. The dumpster is shown. They're putting it where the dumpster usually lives is in the left rear corner behind the building in that 4 foot setback. And then they do push it out when the truck comes. But generally they do tuck it behind the building into that 4 foot setback so that it's not always visible to the public. There was no way, and it didn't make any sense to try and build a fence around it because the dumpster pickup truck would just end up crushing that and breaking it constantly. So they want to just kind of leave it tucked in. There you will see the changes to the parking to accommodate that new bay and how there's still a wide enough area for cars to drive back and forth around to get to that bay when necessary. And I think those were the main points that the board was wanting to address in our last meeting of 2 weeks ago.
Okay.
One of the gentlemen who had spoken, one of the members of the public, asked about trees. We will work with the tree warden, but there's actually nowhere on the property that they could put a tree except in the possibly, and this will be something we discuss with the tree warden, in the Everett side, if there's enough in that little space between the sidewalk and the street, that little where the trees go to die usually. If they can put one in there, they will, but they'll work with the tree warden in that. They can't put any in the area of the parking and the asphalt because of all the underground equipment. There's the gas, the tanks are under there and the pipes, et cetera, et cetera. So you can't put trees in because the roots would grow into and impact that piping and underground facilities. So that's just a hard no.
Okay.
It just can't do that. It's just not safe, and the trees would just die anyways. So they'll do what they have to do. They aren't taking down any trees because they don't have any. They're going to preserve the neighbor's trees because they're on the neighbor's property.
Okay.
So I think we addressed everything. I did do a little more research on the issue of bays.
Yeah.
And I think that the argument that I was making last time that this is a grandfathered as a 2-bay stands. It isn't anywhere in the town bylaw, the state law. And I did look up Merriam-Webster. They don't particularly list service bays that they do list the word bay. And they said an architecture or principal compartment of walls, roof, and other parts of a building as their definition. The transverse arches and adjacent piers of an arcade divided the building into bays. So that if you take that literally, it would be each door and door frame is composing of a bay. And nowhere does it speak about the number of work stations within the bay. So I think we're going with that this is currently a 2-bay by grandfathered and precedence of the board itself. And we want to just add that 3rd bay and the 500-foot addition to the building.
Mhm.
Do you have any questions about the plans that we sent over? I'd be glad to address them, or Eli and his son, I think Richie is probably here as well.
Great, thank you for that.
Mhm.
Just briefly, so this is the site plan.
Right, you can see right in the back there,
Yeah.
near that, right above the new wall.
So do they keep the dumpster here now?
Well, I'll let Eli speak to it. They either keep it there or on the other side behind the storage area, and then they push it out when necessary.
Mm-hmm.
Yes,
when the truck come.
it's right behind the buildings and where that storage area. We keep it right there on the side.
Okay.
Because when
It just feels like there's nowhere here that you'd have to cart everything somewhere to load it into here. So it feels like it's probably gonna live more here near the door where it's close that you can actually utilize it.
I'll let Eli speak to that, but I agree with your observation.
Yeah, so probably more likely sit up here. Whoop.
Yeah,
like
that's what I would speculate.
Okay.
Yeah.
Eli?
Yes.
Okay. And that's Eli El Cooley who's speaking.
Mm-hmm.
He didn't identify himself, but that's who it is.
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah.
Nope, no worries.
That's me.
I know we had there was a question last time I know about accessibility. I see a ramp here now.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I
get up.
that one
That's
totally
good.
skipped my mind. They are putting a ramp in there, and that will give access to the customer service store area, also onto that raised sidewalk to get to the bathrooms.
Okay. Got it. So this, because it's an extension of it's not a 1 or 2 family house, and it's an extension within the setback, the board does need to evaluate in terms of the variance to confirm if this was new and the building was non-conforming, it would be a new variance. But obviously, we have a variance that's existing that we are going to be amending. So I had done some research on service bays as well. There is a single reference to service bay in what I've been able to find in the entirety of Massachusetts state law, and it is in a labor section and has to do with prohibiting youth under the age of 16 from working in a service bay, but nowhere does it say what that service bay is or how it's defined. I've been trying to find a solid written definition. That I've found lots of sort of looking through sites that deal with, the construction of automotive service stations and repair stations and things like that. They do seem to lean more towards the service bay as being an area where service takes place rather than to a physical aspect of the structure. In which case if that was what we were intending, that this would already have 3 service bays. I know you had pointed out that the prior decision had mentioned that this is a 2-bay many, many times, but it never says that it has 2 service bays. It just says it has 2 bays. That may be a relevant distinction.
Let's see.
But I will open this up to the other members of the board who may have questions and comments.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Hanlon.
Excuse me. When you look through the records of the amendments to the bylaw, there's a reference that this was added to, that is the provision limiting a gas station to 3 service bays, was, I believe it was 1991 that it was adopted, and it was Article 5 of town meeting that year. And thanks to the snowstorm and all of the very difficulties in getting someone to find that, I wasn't able to do it before the meeting began. But I wondered if that is one of the questions we raised last time of why it is that this was put in to begin with and when it was. And we now know when, and it was Article 5. And if I'm doing this from memory, so I may get the number wrong, but I actually do have it written down somewhere on my computer, so I can correct it if it's wrong. But I'm wondering if you've gone and taken a look at what it is that led them to do this. Obviously, finding the transcript, while it's often possible, is difficult. But there would be an ARB report, as you know, on every zoning bylaw, and typically the ARB report would set forth succinctly what the rationale of the bylaw is, whether it supports it or not. And so I wondered if you found that, and you have, and you know what it is that actually said.
Who are you addressing that to?
Well, actually, you Mr.
Yeah.
Leone, since
No, I did not. You have a better research skills than I, Mr. Hanlon. But I do want to point out that in 1993, this board ruled it was a 2-bay, and that is 2 years, year and a half after the bylaw passed, and it would have been much fresher in that board's mind than ours 25 years later.
Well, but hold on a second. It is true that in the opinion in 1993, it says that on a couple of occasions that there are 2 bays. But
Yeah,
the
the
issue,
finding.
the
Sorry.
issue before the board at that time is was different from that. Nobody was challenging that it may have had too many bays. That wasn't the issue. The issue was whether or not it had enough space to be able to do the parking that it wanted to do. And repeatedly, the board says, well, look, it's only 2 bays. That's not enough room. So that kind of worked in the applicant's favor. But the issue about whether or not there were more bays that were allowed is not right. And for that matter, even if it were 3 bays, it would still be fine because nobody claims that there was anything more than 3 bays there in 1993. So that really wasn't the issue before the board. The issue before the board was really whether they had enough room without an unreasonable hardship to do the parking that they needed to do, and the board relied on the fact. If it was a fact, and they don't describe why it is they come to this conclusion at all. There's no reasoning or reference to anything other than just their say-so. But they relied on that to say, well, there is a space constraint, and that was the rationale for the decision. It's really quite different from here, and they would have had no occasion to comment on the 3-bay limitation, both because nobody contended that it was being violated and because the whole issue was quite different.
Well, I think we're still bound by the findings of fact of that hearing.
Do you have any authority for that?
Oh,
I don't really understand. I really don't understand. If I were a court and I had a decision that someone cited as a precedent, I would be able to say, well, maybe it's a precedent. Is it dictum or part of the holding and so forth? And I don't really understand. I mean, it seems apart from anything else, suppose it's flat out found on a basis that we totally disagreed with that. As a matter of fact, there were 3 bays there at that time, or 2 bays, or 5 bays, or whatever it was. And it doesn't appear to actually have addressed the issue nearly as much as we've adjusted here already. Are we bound by that? Would we be bound even if we had decided otherwise in a different case, and this gets permanently grandfathered because we made a mistake back then?
Well, it's in your findings of fact.
Well, we're
You're bound by your findings of fact.
That may. Oh, you're saying your argument is not just that we're generally bound, but that we're bound in this case. It sort of is law.
No, in this particular, we're talking about the same parcel. We're talking about the same building, and the building hasn't changed since then. The findings of fact then said, and I quote, the subject real estate contains 2 bays and 2 gas pumps. It still contains 2 bays and 2 gas pumps.
That's,
nothing's changed.
What I want to know is,
and I think that's not dictum.
We have
I think that is
Mr. Leone, I've heard that argument before. The question I'm asking you is whether if we had the conclusion today, that looking at what we've done over the past 2 hearings, that there's no basis whatever for the idea that a bay is a door, and as a matter of fact, there clearly are 3 bays now. And where does it say that because 20 years ago somebody decided differently in a different context, that we're bound by that, even if they didn't actually consider the issue in the way that we've done?
We're bound by the decisions that we make. We're bound by the contracts that we make. That's basic contract law.
This isn't a contract.
It's a contract between this property owner and the town of Arlington.
All right. Well,
the town granted a variance. They relied upon that variance. They spent money based on that variance. They maintained this building based on that variance. They've purchased a business and invested in it. For the town now to arbitrarily, and I would think it's arbitrarily, change its mind and rule something else because it failed to define it somewhere else in its bylaw, that it's beyond the scope of this board's ability to just arbitrarily throw it out. I'm almost surprised you would make that argument, sir.
Well, I'm surprised. We're all surprised at arguments other people have made, but I think that I'd like to see some authority for that proposition. I don't think that certainly I don't. Well, I would like to see authority for that proposition if you'd like me to rely on it.
How am I going to prove a negative?
If it's not
your own chairman,
I'll take that into consideration.
Your own chairman scoured Massachusetts law and came up with some reference to a child labor law. And that's the only thing that defines bays, and it's not even If I'm Christian, I'm going to rely on you to define it. It's not definitive as what a service bay is.
Well, I think part of Mr. Leone, if I may, there's 2 terms here that are being used interchangeably, and I think we need to be a little careful about it. The service bay is the term that is used in the zoning bylaw in regards to service stations, and it specifically is service bay. The decision at hand does not use the word service. It just says bay. And I think it's a relevant question as to whether they are in fact the same whether they mean the exact same thing. And I think that, unfortunately that's really germane to this whole question is, this building may be built as 2 bays, but if it has 3 lifts in it, does it have 2 bays but 3 service bays? Is that actually a true difference?
In my opinion, yes, for the fact that the town has failed to define either thing.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Baranowski.
I just want to add a couple points and maybe have the applicant ruminate on one of them. So point 1, we're dealing with a legal issue now in terms of the definition of service bay. And I'm inclined to agree with Mr. Hanlon that a comment about a factual finding that doesn't use the term that we're trying to figure out is not enough to go off of to indicate that the board had before it this question and therefore exercised its judicial mind on it. So given that, we're back to trying to figure out what the term means, and you went to Merriam-Webster, which is good because that's what the bylaw says we should go to. But I think there are other parts of that definition that you picked that are maybe a little more relevant. So you said the first definition, which is a principal compartment of the walls, roof, or other part of a building or of the whole building. But if you just trip down just a little bit, it says any of various compartments or sections used for a special purpose, as in an airplane, spacecraft, or gas station. Just given that that definition uses gas station in as one of the calls, I would suggest that's probably the more relevant one. That definition brings us to compartments or sections of a space used for a special purpose. That's not a door. I think that's, I'm not saying that's definitively against your client. I could imagine that if you could define, if we could have a workable definition of compartment or sections that covered space in a way that covered 3 bays here, maybe that could work. I'm inclined to think that the most sensible and natural reading of service bay, given that definition, is that each area in which a car can be worked on, in this case with lifts, is a service bay. I'm willing to be proven wrong. I'm willing for you to convince me otherwise. I don't, but what I'm saying is that the prior decision is not going to be enough to do that, because we're faced with a particular legal issue of what service bay means, and the previous opinion clearly just didn't tackle that.
Well, the following two, a bomb bay and a cargo bay on definition number 3, and I agree with you. But my reading of that, I went with the premium, the number 1 definition, because the number 3 definition I thought was, I should have jumped to that also. I'm not disagreeing with, but I think it's more in our favor in that each of the various compartments or sections, in my argument, behind each door is a separate compartment or section. So I have right now 2 compartments or sections used for auto repair, and we're adding a 3rd compartment or section for that special purpose. Then that fits within that definition as well.
I would add that then, given that, because there is some ambiguity here, I think, on exactly how to define this. And I'm not saying that's good or bad for you on that. I think that knowing a little bit more about the purpose behind this addition would be helpful, in the sense that if, for example, I don't know exactly why it was added, but imagine 2 hypotheticals. Imagine one hypothetical in which it's added because the town meeting is concerned about the numbers of cars that are being brought into different stations. That would indicate that maybe it's the actual service in the space inside per car that matters. If they care about something else that is something I'm not thinking about, I could see this being in your cutting more in your favor. But the purpose seemingly is what should cut this, because none of these definitions, in terms of the text, in terms of the dictionary, they're not really getting us all the way across the finish line, it seems.
Yeah. Well, if we look at, we don't know what the purpose of and what the planning board was thinking when they introduced this bylaw amendment back in 1991. As Ms. Danlin points out, we don't have those transcripts. The purpose of Eli's wanting to put in the additional bay is so that he can service his customers in a more speedy manner, get them in and out of there, and generally help the public in that fashion. Bring your car in, he'll be able to service it and get it out of there within the 1 day, so that the cars are not staying overnight as they're not supposed to have. Although that did become allowed, but he would rather get them in and out of there in 1 day. He can service more people, and we can get our cars fixed quicker. Plus, the 1 bay on the far left is reserved for, generally reserved for inspections. If we are all getting inspections, we know you have to wait in line to get an inspection. So we don't want to lose an inspection bay, so it's servicing cars. So it's generally, he wants to do this to enhance the public good and the public's satisfaction of his services. And And I did point that out in my introductory remarks way back when, that
I don't
for that
disagree that
purpose.
I don't disagree that's his purpose. I'm trying to figure out what the purpose behind this particular the meaning. I'm just trying to figure out the meaning of this text in the bylaws.
Yeah.
I mean, to me,
Leone.
that's the key.
Yes.
So you had mentioned that the left-hand side is where they do the emission sticker work. Is the lift at the end of that area, is that usable, or is that they can't use it because of the use of the space in front of it for inspections?
Well, from what Richie, Eli's son, told us last time, if they can work on the car and an inspection comes in, they can lift it up high enough so that the headlights, they need that extra room in the bay for the headlight aiming part of your inspection, so that the headlights hit that little crossbar. So they'll lift the car up high enough so the lights can go under it if they're actually working on a vehicle there.
Okay. So the use of that area for inspections does not preclude the use of that lift. It complicates it, but it doesn't preclude it.
Yeah, it complicates it, and I don't know to what extent it precludes it. I would ask Eli to speak to that.
I could answer that.
Yeah,
please.
That lift is we only allowed by the rule of Registry of Motor Vehicle. We are only allowed to keep it occupied for like 15 minutes, no more, because if we cannot have that motorist comes looking for inspection and tell them, okay, 20 minutes, usually inspection between 10 to 15 minutes, we have to get them going. So inspection bay open from 8 to 5, we have to take customers in for inspection. So that bay does not make any heavy work. Maybe we tied up that lift for like 10 minutes, 15 minutes, and the car has to be out of there. So it's not really helpful for us much. That bay is a lot of rule on it from the Registry of Motor Vehicle.
Right. Because certainly if that lift was unusable because of the use of that bay for auto inspections, this would be a very different conversation. Because you would only have 2 operating lifts at the moment, and you'd be adding a third, and so there would be no question that depending on whatever definition you used for bay, this would be fine. But unfortunately, that's not quite gonna help us specifically. This is the case. I will note I did reach out to town council, and town council did not get back to me in the 2 weeks I gave them to get back to me. So I will, if we are looking to continue, I would be looking to try to get a more definitive answer from council to this question. And it might be helpful as well to get a response. I did put in the FOIA request with the town for information pertaining to 1991 Article 5 to see if we could get better information as to why that was passed. Mr. Hanlon?
So I have 2 things. One, just on that last point, I have found that what you can get is way back is the report of the ARB. And that, as you know, will say with respect to each of the warrant articles what the view of the ARB is, and it will set forth what it's supposed to do. So while you can't really get the debate back and forth very easily, although you can with a lot of work, it's not very difficult actually for the planning department to come up with the ARB's reports. They have those going back way back. So it is accessible, although with our February weather, it's not as accessible as it would have been, say, in September. Second, I was wondering if the board might want to, second, I'm wondering what the board might want to consider if we put a condition on this, saying you couldn't use the inspection bay for anything other than inspections. My understanding is that the DMV doesn't say that it just as a practical matter makes them difficult. But suppose we said that. So then it wouldn't be a service bay anymore. It would be an inspection bay. And if it was an inspection bay and not a service bay, then maybe it's okay. In other words, you might be able to create the situation with a condition that we've been arguing about before. And the third thing I wanted to say is that while the state law may not have many references to service bays, although it does have service bays defined as a place where children might work, zoning bylaws often do have that. As Mr. Rosenberg pointed out last time, there are many zoning bylaws that tie parking requirements to the number of service bays you have. And in each of those cases, you would have to draw whatever conclusion you would draw from that. It seems odd that they would make parking requirements relate to the number of doors that you have, but it's possible. It's just there's a bit of inconclusive evidence to go with a lot of other inconclusive evidence. But also the town of Nahant also defines a gas station basically. And it defines it in terms of having at least one, but not more than two service bays. And it's quite parallel in terms of its language to our bylaw. And we might want to find out how it is they interpret their bylaw, since it looks quite similar.
Thank you for that. So it sounds like we're well on our way towards getting some solutions, and then we got hit by a snowstorm, and none of the answers that we had asked had actually come in time. So I do want to go ahead and do an open for public comment unless there's any additional questions or thoughts we want to carry at this point.
Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Hanlon?
It is no doubt being unduly mischievous of me, but I wouldn't be surprised if somewhere in our audience was Ms. O'Connor, who was the principal author of the 1993 decision that we've been discussing.
Good evening, Mr. Hanlon. That must be me with the feedback. Let me.
Back, Mary.
Hey. Oh, why we're getting.
All right, so you know what?
You got a couple windows open.
Well, while she's working
Is
that
that-
out. Yep. Oh, go ahead.
Is that better, Christian?
Oh, that's much, much better.
Yeah, I don't know what was going on with my computer. Pat, that was a long time ago for me to remember when I was on the zoning board. But I'm more than happy to look at that decision and see if that helps me jog anything. Does it say who the other signatories were on the who also signed the decision?
Yeah, Terry Walsh and Marshall Auden.
Oh, that was a long time ago.
Yeah.
I'm more than happy to look at it and review it. If John, you want to send it to me and then see if that prompts my recollection.
It actually is on, if you can get on, it's loaded into the our portal page, but I can email it to you tomorrow.
Okay, is
Unless
that
you wanna-
okay with the members of the board?
That would be great.
Okay.
Mr. Chair,
Mr. Baranowski.
was that technically part of public comment?
Mr. Hanlon identified someone who was.
I was just asking for identification purposes. If it's board to be turn square corners, that's all.
Yeah.
That's
I think Mr. Hanlon did a good job of identifying Mary Winstanley O'Connor as being a past member of the Zoning Board of Appeals. But it does remind me that we are headed towards public comment. So I will go ahead and open the meeting for public comment. Public comment taken as it relates to the matter at hand should be directed to the board for the purpose of informing its decision. Those who are on Zoom can raise their hand using the raise hand button in the React tab. Those calling in by phone can dial *9. You'll be called upon by the chair, asked to identify yourself with name and address, and given time for your questions and comments. So are there any members of the public who wish to address this application, which is docket 3873, 125 Broadway? Seeing none, I'll go ahead and close the public comment period. So I think we have a few pieces of information we're still looking to pull together on this application. So John, if you're amenable to continuing, we're gonna have Ms. O'Connor come up with, see if she can recall some of the background on that case. I'm still waiting on the full record of the 1991 Article 5 from the town, and we're also waiting on a response from council. So if you're amenable to continuing, I think that might be our best option at this point.
Yeah, is that the only issue that's left, or does the board have any other comments about the changes that we made to the plans and the other information we provided, or are we all good with that?
I think the only question on the plan was just sort of the location of the dumpster, just moving it out of that far corner to the near corner,
okay,
which is where it's more likely to be. And then the other question I had before council was in relation, so this was passed as a zone, got its variance at a time where the variance criteria were different than they are today, and I am assuming that is immaterial. But I don't know for positive, so I'm waiting to hear back from council on that question too.
I think he's already opined on that because of the ping pong ball that we've experienced getting this to you.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, we already went to the we initially filed for a special permit with the ARB based upon the bylaws and was my interpretation of them. They kept it for about 4 months and then kicked it out and said this should be before the ZBA. Okay. Then building inspector had it for a while and he said, no, go to the ARB. So Michael looked at it and he came down and said, no, it's a ZBA variance based upon the number of factors, including the 4 previous ZBA variances. So it should remain with you.
Okay. Yeah, because I think like the original variance may have been granted because of the size of the lot, which is not a criteria.
Yeah.
But obviously that predates that state law. So I just want to make sure that where the criteria for a variance has changed in the state law in between, whether the fact that a variance was initially issued, that's the only criteria that we're supposed to evaluate, and that we're not looking at the variance as a whole. So I just want to confirm that with council, but it sounds that's most likely the case.
Yeah, Ms. Rector, in her opinion, this was after she read all the variances and looked over the special permit application I had submitted.
No.
Was glad to hand it off to you.
Mr. Hanlon, here.
You're muted, Pat.
No, Pat, you're muted, yeah.
I just wanted to point out that there are 4 variance decisions that are in the list. And the change in the state law occurred, I believe it was 1975, give or take a year. And 2 of the ones that we have before us, or at least the last one, was after the state law had changed, and there was no discussion there of applying the shape, soil, and factors. Last time, if you'll remember, Mr. DuPont raised a question about the increase in what at that time we thought was a non-squared off back. And the question was whether the variance was needed to somehow be adjusted because of that. And my understanding from what Mr. Leone said at the beginning is that there really isn't any change with respect to that. So that it seems to me that that at least I'm operating right now, unless somebody says something that's very different, is that I think that that we don't have an issue with respect to the soil, water, soil conditions and shape of the lot and that sort of thing. That all of that is kind of going with the fact that we're amending something that was started long before that was in the law. I wouldn't say the same thing if it was a structural variance that you were changing, but at this point, the question is just whether this is a use variance or not. That seems to be the thing that is the biggest hangup.
Yeah. Yeah, and certainly for myself, I don't have any issues with the site layout or the building. The building looks, it looks a lot better. It's a great improvement. Everything else is fine by me. It's just making sure that we are following the intent of the town bylaw in terms of the question of 3 bays. That's the only thing I'm still hung
Mr.
up
Chairman,
on.
I really am serious about the suggestion that I made that we may be able to affect whether it is a service bay or not by a condition. I think we all would have said that if the DMV had imposed that as a condition, we would have said, okay, that's an inspection bay. And then we would have had the argument. And I don't see why we couldn't bring that situation of fact into existence through a condition if the DMV could have. So I do think that we ought to at least give some thought to whether or not we can get around this problem by saying whether it's a bay or not. It's not a service bay if you're not allowed to use it to service cars.
Sir Leone, do you want to ask that question of your client?
I'm here. I can answer that.
Go ahead,
Well,
Eli.
that lift in the inspection bay, the registry allowed us to put it there only for quick turnaround. Like, say customers failed for inspection and they want to know what they failed all about. With their request, we can bring the car, put it on a lift, evaluate, sometime bring them inside the shop, explain to them what they failed for, and then bring the car out. So that bay, that lift will be only tied up for a matter of about 15 minutes.
So it's used more for
we don't
analysis?
use it for heavy work. Analysis, quick turnaround, 15 minutes. You cannot tie this bay, that lift, more than 10, 15 minutes.
Right. I'm not really too worried about how you use it. I'm just looking for an opportunity that's at some cost, but from what you've described, not a huge cost. I'm looking at a way of being able to get around the question that otherwise might be fatal to the application as to whether this is a service bay or not. And it's really a definitional issue.
I understand.
If the board was to put a condition that the left-hand bay was for inspection and analysis, but not for conducting repairs, would that be consistent with how you're using it today?
Yeah, of course.
So like Eli, if you get someone's car up on the lift and you say, oh, gee whiz, it's only a broken tail light. I can fix that right here. Would that be precluded?
Well, tail light, we usually fix it on the ground. We don't have to put on the lift.
Something like that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like,
I'm assuming if
service.
I'm assuming if it's going up on the lift, it's something that's going to take some time to deal with. It's not going to be a simple
Probably
matter.
maybe an hour. Evaluate stuff, put it down, then evaluate it again, write an estimate, show the customer. So,
Mr. Chairman.
Was that Mr. DuPont?
Yeah, I first of all, following along, and I think Mr. Hanlon's idea has a lot of appeal. And I was just wondering if you would say that it could only be used, the lift could only be used in conjunction with the inspection process or something along those lines.
Or for any light work, very light work.
Well, I think as soon as we're into doing work, that's service. So we're splitting hairs here. So, so if we can say it's for into inspection and analysis,
I can do that.
that would not. I think we could say that does not entail providing a service, and as such would be allowable. But as soon as we say you can do that, plus you can also, use it to change oil and do other stuff, then now it's really a service bay.
Understand.
So if you are okay with that restriction on the use of that bay, then I think we could draft a condition to that effect and see where we go.
It should be okay.
Okay.
If we can come up with a definition that will work for you and work for him.
Yes.
Okay.
I think that Mr. DuPont had a really, the take that he had was different from what I took, was that something that is ancillary to an inspection would be okay. That if, in other words, you don't ask first whether it's a service bay, you ask first whether it's an inspection bay, and then you ask whether there's anything that you're doing there that would take it out of that definition. And it's a little bit more capacious and easier to implement. And I think that Mr. DuPont's approach is a little better than the one that I suggested, but I leave that up to you.
Okay. So what we have before us is a request to amend a variance. And the reason for the amendment is to add, to make modifications to the existing building, to add approximately, I think, 500 square feet in an area that would have a garage door and a lift. The question that had been beguiling the board had been whether that now created a fourth service bay. But after consultation with the applicant and the applicant's attorney, we are in agreement that the left-hand bay, although it has a lift in it, is used exclusively for inspections and analysis and work ancillary to an inspection. And so with that as a condition, that would preclude it from being a service bay, and therefore this is only have its 3 service bays, which is fully within the use requirements under the zoning bylaw. And so the board could grant this amendment to the existing variance. Are there
any stanchion sign relocation?
Oh, is that? I didn't think signage was under our jurisdiction at all.
Well, I don't know. You guys initially gave permission for the stanchion sign, but it didn't say where it was. We just want to locate it now instead of where it is, which is sort of right next to the driveway where it keeps getting hit, over to the side of the property, as you can see on the sign.
Yeah. So where is it today?
It's sort of almost centered in front of the canopy.
Oh, there. Okay, yeah. Because
and now they want to push it over to the left, as you can see on plan 1.15. It looks like a black rectangle way over on the left edge.
Is there anything in the zoning bylaw that precludes the location of a sign within a side yard setback?
Not that I'm aware of.
I will admit I have not looked very carefully at that aspect of this.
Yeah, and
Mr. Chairman,
I don't know if that would be you or be the ARB, because we'd have to go for them for the signage anyways.
Mr. Hanlon?
I just was going to say what Mr. Leone did. I think last time when we talked about signage, we thought that it fell within the jurisdiction of the ARB. And if this is a signage thing, I don't see why they wouldn't do all of that. But if they're going back to the ARB anyway, unless the ARB takes the position that it can't do that, if we think that's a possibility, then we need to do something in order to avoid this.
Well,
going
the
another
only
couple
reason we
rounds.
thought it would be in front of you, Mr. Hanlon, is the,
Oh, because it was in one of the early decisions.
yes, in number 951.
Yeah.
They went for that
I see.
standing sign, and it was granted by this board
Okay.
way back when.
So I would then say we put a second condition in that all decisions related to signage, the board grants to the jurisdiction of the redevelopment board. We just leave it at that. This would not be
Okay.
the first time that we've granted them jurisdiction over something that they thought we should have.
Throw it in their lap.
Just tack on defining service bay while we're at it.
Yeah.
Well, I think it ought to go back to town meeting, and
It really should.
it should.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
So signs are building permits. And once you complete the building permit, it is then sent over to planning for their approval
Okay.
through
Right.
the same system, OpenGov.
Okay. Perfect. All right. Well, I think it might be helpful to us to include that as a condition as well, just to make sure that there's no question about our relinquishing any jurisdiction we have. So with that, I think the criteria, I don't know if there's a specific criteria that we need to have in terms of approving a modification to an existing variance. I would recommend that we just do this typical section 6 finding that is not substantially more detrimental than the existing condition is a reasonable approach, unless we should revisit the ancillary findings for a variance, which feels unduly harsh at this point.
I don't know, but I mean, this is an interesting thing going forward because I think everybody agrees that, I mean, we're not the provisions of the hardship that is sort of into the public interest and doesn't consist with it, not inconsistent with the purpose of the bylaw, is relatively easy for the applicant to get over. And I think before we just raised that, we all probably thought that that was not very difficult, whereas importing the other language seems doctrinally a bigger step, and I'm not sure that it's entirely necessary.
Right.
I will say that if we're in a situation where the board in general is in agreement with the idea that that if the applicant were to produce, or we were to agree with the applicant next time on an appropriate condition that was along the line that Mr. DuPont and that we've just discussed, it would probably be possible to do a draft decision between now and then, just leaving that one piece open. And if assuming that we were satisfied with the nature of the condition that we were going to put in, we might be able to do this without having to spend an extra 2 weeks writing an opinion.
So are you would the recommendation be that we are going to continue or that we're going to close?
Well, that's what I was raising, is I was thinking that we should continue.
And have a draft decision.
The idea would be to have a draft decision that we have in the record with the open space about the condition, and we could easily put that into final shape and do it at that, and just vote on the opinion at that meeting and close after. I mean, we could close the public hearing if we wanted to at the moment we opened it, and just go into deliberation mode. The one thing we couldn't do, if we wanted to accept more information from Mr. Leone, we couldn't close now, because that would include.
But if Eli's good with our thought process, I would gladly work with whoever's going to write the opinion, or to come up with some acceptable language that will pass muster with the board and with my client.
That would be great.
Yeah. Who
Well, we
does
usually have Mr. Hanlon do the coordination, so he can get in touch with you afterwards and decide who takes care of it.
I'm perfectly happy to do that, or Mr. Baranowski.
Okay.
All right, so you guys can have my email address, so whoever is going to work with it, just get in touch with me and I'll gladly work with you.
Okay, sounds
Perfect.
good.
All right, so unless there's anything further, I will move to continue the public hearing for docket 3873 125 Broadway to Tuesday, March 10th, 2026 at 7:30 p.m.
Second.
So roll call vote of the board to continue. Mr. DuPont?
Yes.
Mr. Hanlon?
Yes.
Mr. LeBlanc?
Yes.
Mr. Baranowski?
Yes.
Chair votes yes. We are continued on 125 Broadway.
One request. Can we be
March
first on
10th.
the list next time?
Make sure no national grid.
The
Yeah,
next
no
before
national
of us.
God.
And I think we should certainly make clear that now Ms. O'Connor is free of this onerous burden that she graciously took on before.
There.
Thank you, Mr.
Agreed.
Hanlon.
Agreed. So next on our agenda is
All right,
docket.
thank you all very much. We appreciate the work.
Thank you, John.
Thank you, everyone. Have a good night.
Thank you.
The next
Thank
is
you.
docket 388973 Edgerton Street, which is a request for a special permit for a home occupation. So if I could go ahead and ask the applicant to introduce themselves and tell us what they're looking to do.
Hi, my name is Samantha Hankey. I live at 73 Egerton Road. I'm currently building a home office in my garage. I am an animal Reiki practitioner, and I'm hoping to start seeing clients there soon.
Excellent. So this falls under the zoning bylaw because this is a home occupancy, even though it's in your garage.
Yep.
And requires a special permit. Let's go. The one question I'd had, and I think I already know the answer. So it looks like you're proposing to take one of the two sides of your garage and convert it into your practitioner space.
Yes.
Do you still have space to park two cars legally if you do that?
In the garage, no.
So you'd have one in the garage. You'd have one in the driveway, but the driveway is on the side in your side yard of your house, correct? Because your garage is at the back of your property.
Yes.
Okay. So you can legal parking spaces are either in the garage or on a driveway leading to a garage. So you've still got two spaces because
Yes.
because you've got the length of the house. Okay,
Yeah.
perfect. That was my concern. Are there questions from the board? So the criteria under the bylaw for a home occupation, the first is that no non-resident shall be employed therein. I'm assuming that would be to yourself. Not more than 25% of the existing gross floor area of the dwelling unit in the principal building, not to exceed 600 square feet, is devoted to the home occupation. No stock and trade commodities or products shall occupy space beyond those limits. That's the case from the application. Should be no display of goods or wares visible from the street. That would be the case as well. All advertising devices visible from off the lot are specifically prohibited. That buildings or premises occupied shall not have a detrimental impact on the neighborhood due to the exterior appearance, emission of odor, gas, smoke, dust, noise, electric disturbance, or in any other way. In a structure containing more than one dwelling unit, the use shall not become objectionable or detrimental to any residential use within the structure. My understanding this is the house has been condoed, but you are in
Yes.
possession of both units, is that correct?
My parents own the upstairs.
Okay. And I'm assuming that your parents have no objection.
No objection. They're on here if you want them to say something.
And then the last is that any such building shall include no feature of design not customary in buildings for residential use. So it would appear that all of those criteria are met. Are there any questions or comments from the board? Then I will go ahead, because this is a public hearing, I'll open the meeting for public comment. Public comment is taken as it relates to the matter at hand and should be used to help the board with reaching its decision. Those with us by Zoom, which is everybody, you can click on the raise hand feature and the React tab at the bottom of your screen. You'll be identified by the chair, ask for your questions and comments, and we ask that all questions be addressed to the chair. Are there any members of the public who wish to address this hearing? Again, this is 73 Edgerton Road. Seeing none, I'll go ahead and close the public comment period for this hearing. So what the board has before it, this is a special permit request. And it is for a home occupation. So there are a few findings the board needs to make. We just reviewed the requirements under section 591, which pertain to directly to home occupation. And then beyond that, we have the general findings under section 333. The primary being that the adverse effects of the proposed use will not outweigh its beneficial impacts. This provides an opportunity for a resident to have an occupancy within their home that would serve the community in general, and it is difficult to ascertain what an adverse effect of this might be in this particular case. The requested use is allowed by special permit in the district. This is a special permit use. The requested use is essential or desirable to the public convenience or welfare. This provides a service which, to my knowledge, is not prevalent in the neighborhood or in the town, and is something that would be convenient to members of the general public to be able to have this service in their neighborhood. Requested use will not create undue traffic congestion or impair pedestrian safety. I'm assuming this would include seeing one person at a time, so they may park on the street, they may walk, but it's not going to be something where there's 4 or 5 people driving there at the same time.
No, one client at a time.
Excellent. This requested use will not overload any public system. It would just be a little extra electricity, nothing beyond that. Special regulation for the requested use. There are no special, the special regulations requested use we discussed before. This the requirements under section 591. The requested use will not impair the character or integrity of the district. As noted, this is going to be within an existing garage. It'll still appear as a garage. There will be no change to that. And the requested use will not cause an excess of use detrimental to the neighborhood. This is a single home occupation in a single home, and so will not be should not be an excess of use. Are there any questions or comments from the board in regards to those proposed findings?
Mr. Chair,
Mr. Baranowski.
I would just note that this is similar to the previous home occupation that we granted about a year ago, actually. So we're just following precedent.
Perfect. So if the board were to vote to approve, there are 3 standard conditions which were previously read into the record. They relate to that the plans and specifications that are approved to us will be approved by the board, by the building inspector, the inspectors to monitor, and that the board shall maintain continuing jurisdiction. Are there any additional conditions which members of the board feel would be pertinent to this application? Seeing none, is there any additional information that members of the board feel they need before rendering a decision in this matter? Mr. Hanlon, can I call on you to direct the drafting of an opinion in favor of approval?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Excellent. So, as is our practice, we will close the hearing. We will vote on the final decision at our subsequent hearing, which will be March 10th. And after that, the decision will be recorded with the town clerk, and then it's up to you to record it with Registry of Deeds.
Okay.
So with that, I will move to close the public hearing for docket 388973 Edgerton Road.
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Hanlon. So vote to close, Mr. DuPont,
Yes.
Mr. Hanlon,
Yes.
Mr. LeBlanc,
Yes.
Mr. Baranowski.
Yes.
The chair votes yes, we are closed. Thank you so much. Thank you for your patience.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. This brings us up to next item on our agenda, docket 3890-172 Overlook Road. See, the applicant is here. I apologize for the late hour. This night kind of got away from us. But glad to have you with us. If you could introduce yourselves and tell us what you're proposing to do.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman. Mary Winstanley O'Connor for the owners of 172 Overlook Road, James and Christina Chalapatis. They've owned this home since 1985. Also on the call are Manisha Nabar, the architect from Aurora Architects and Builders, and Stephen Hansen, who did the landscape work from a yard and a half. I believe the board has the updated driveway plan. Because of the snowstorm, we couldn't get it uploaded till this morning. This is a prior non-conforming one-family lot, and it's non-conforming because it's several inches short on the frontage, and of course, the garage is on the right side, yet a setback. Here, the applicant seeks to build a two-car garage in place of the one-car garage. They are seeking relief under 8.11, 8.13B. I would suggest the board will need to find that the extension and alteration would not be substantially more detrimental than the existing nonconformity. And the expansion and intensification of the use does not change the standard by which the board has to make this finding. I would suggest to you, and you have a memorandum that I prepared, that this property, which sits, and I'm sure the board members have gone out and looked at it, at the corner of Overlook and Tower Road. Tower Road is a dead-end street. And the garage sits on the Tower Road, the side of the property, and it will sit there. It'll be set back somewhat, but it will still be significantly off the rear yard setback. And we would suggest that, these individuals have owned the property a very long time. As Mr. Hanlon outed me age-wise, we're at that age where when we're in our late 60s, that having a garage, particularly given what happened yesterday and Sunday, is very, very important. So these two individuals want to stay in their home. They need a two-car garage, and I would suggest you can make those findings. I can have Ms. Nabar and Mr. Hansen review the plans. I can go through, Mr. Chairman. I've given you the 3.3.3 criteria for a special permit in the application. I don't know if you want me to run through it or if you want to wait until the very end and have Ms. Nabar and Mr. Hansen review or respond to any questions you may have.
So why don't we go ahead and have them make the presentation of the plans, and we'll come back to the findings.
Okay. Ms. Nabar?
Oh, you're on mute, sorry.
I'm sharing my screen.
Perfect, thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. So here I'm showing you the existing site plan, which is on the left side, shows the existing house with the existing garage, which is right now at 6.4 feet setback from property line. We are proposing to demolish the existing garage completely. And on the right side, you'll see the proposed garage, two-car garage, which is 24 feet wide by 29 feet deep. It's set back around 9.5 feet from the front of the house as proposed. So we still get a significant rear setback, 31 feet, which is more than the required 20 feet setback. The question was about being very close to the property line on the Tower Road side, which is, right now it becomes 0.4 feet. moving on to the next page, this is just showing the existing house and the plans with the gross floor area. The next one is showing the proposed garage. Everything, like I said before, the proposed garage is 24 feet wide, 29 feet deep, with the gross, with its gross floor area written there. Yeah, it's 2,471 square feet. And then the proposed garage will follow the character of the existing garage and the existing house. And these are some of the elevations that we have worked on. The front again is a little setback from the front of the house, with the driveway going to the garage, and up above is the proposed elevation from the Tower Road side. It keeps in character with the existing house and the existing garage. Does not tower over the house or anything, and does not really change much from the proposed and the existing. Similar with the other side elevations and the rear elevations. And that's about it. I can turn over to the landscape plan, Mary.
Yes, I just want to add, if I may, Mr. Chairman, this lot is 8,421 square feet, and for that neighborhood, that's a significant size lot. That's a the lots up there are fairly small and fairly built out. So this is significant spacing on this lot. But if Mr. Hanson could review the landscape.
Yes. So this is the proposed garage area. Most of this project has been based around preserving this Magnolia stellata, which is, I believe it was planted by the homeowners, but it's a very large tree and it's beautiful. So we don't want to damage that. We've kept the width of the garage, the driveway at 20 feet maximum. And then this edge will be determined when we air spade the root system and see how far we can move this, but it won't exceed 20 feet. We would like to be able to back a car out and navigate out of the driveway. They have proposed to add a Belgian block curb to come around this corner up to about here to establish this. This corner gets hit by the plow, and it's been just kind of messy for a long time. So they want to try and maintain this curbing, and then improve this area, which is owned by the town of Arlington. So it's a respectable lawn, and it will be maintained on the same schedule that their property is currently maintained on, which in my opinion, they do quite a nice job taking care of it. They want to enclose this end of the property and this side with a wrought iron style iron gate and they want to add some plantings across the back area here. That's what I have, Mr. Chairman. Do we have any
That's great.
questions?
So this is one of these quirky lots that the town created at some point in the past, where there was a non-payment of taxes, and so the town took a chunk of land in lieu of taxes and created this weird little buffer on the side of the property that makes it no longer a corner lot, but now it's just it has two side yards. And the town has no easy way of redistributing this land back, which is just kind of odd. But it works, I think, well to the applicant's favor. So I know when I had first looked through this, I had some concerns about the width of the driveway, because initially it was shown at 24 feet. It's been reduced to 20, which is great.
Correct.
There is a provision in the bylaw about, I want to confirm, in the parking section, 6.1, oops, gone too far. About buffers. Side yards used for parking, but this is not a side yard used for parking because it has a garage. So that, I don't think that applies. And it is an attached garage, so the provisions of the bylaw that deal with detached garages do not count. And anyways, this is seeking a section 6 determination that what is being proposed is not substantially more detrimental than the current condition. I have no further questions. Are there questions or comments from the board?
Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Hanlon?
There's just a question. I take it that the new garage is basically moved back and is bigger than the existing garage, possibly 2 cars better than 1 car. Is that right?
Yes.
And do either of those garages have direct access to the home, like a
No,
door in
no,
the
it's
garage?
attached, but it doesn't have a door leading in.
Okay, that's good. Just in case you ever want to buy the parcel, the front that the town owns, I noticed that Article 38 of the current warrant involves a transaction of just that kind.
Ah. Any other questions from the board? Go ahead and ask Mr. Hanson if you don't mind stopping the share.
Oh, yes.
So it's a public hearing. So if there are members of the public who wish to address this application, I will now be opening the meeting for public comment. Public comment is taken as it relates to the matter at hand, should be directed to the board for the purpose of informing its decision. Those on the Zoom application can select the raise hand feature in the React tab at the bottom of the screen. You'll be called upon by the chair, ask for your name and address for the record, and given time for your questions and comments. So with that, we have one person with their hand up. Drake Pusey?
Yes, hi. My name is Drake Pusey. I live at 162 Overlook Road, which sounds like it should be down the street a ways, but I'm actually right next door. The applicants welcomed us when we moved in 2006. I just wanted to express that they have been impeccable neighbors. In fact, their lawn, trees, and snow blowing makes me feel a little inadequate. Especially the snow blowing recently has been great. That magnolia tree, the only value I add is, in case you haven't seen this property outside of blizzard season, but it's impeccably maintained. The magnolia tree in the spring smells amazing. I'm glad that's being kept. I'm one of the people who will, you know, see this garage on a daily basis, and based on how everything has been, I have no doubt that it will not hurt the neighborhood in any way aesthetically. Just wanted to put that out there.
Well, thank you very much. And the fact that you were willing to stay through 4 hours of previous stuff is
Yeah,
a
that
huge
says something too,
testament.
right? I care. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Are there any other members of the public who wish to address this application? Seeing none, I'll go ahead and close the public comment period for this application. So again, what the board has before it, this is a request for a special permit under section 811 and 813B. These are for modifications for non-conforming structures and lots. Ms. O'Connor, do you want to go ahead and take us through your proposed findings?
Sure. The required findings under 3.3.3, the requested use is allowable by special permit with positive findings under sections 8.11 and 8.13B of the bylaw. The requested use, I would suggest, is essential or desirable to the public convenience or welfare, as the improvement of the residence is necessary for the needs of aging long-term residents who desire to remain in their homes but require enclosed parking for both cars. The requested use will not create undue traffic congestion or unduly impair pedestrian safety, because the property will remain a single-family home occupied by one family. There's no increase in the use on the property. The requested use will not overload any public water, drainage, or sewer system or any other municipal system. There are no special regulations which apply to the proposed use, and I would suggest that the requested use will not impair the integrity or character of the district or adjoining districts, nor be detrimental to the health, welfare, because the use will remain as a residence for a family. I would suggest the proposed expansion of the garage and the proposed landscaping will improve the residence and enhance the property at the end of this dead-end street. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the board.
Thank you. I think the only thing I would add to that is I think by shifting the garage slightly back, it actually, if anything, improves the visibility around the corner. So it, which goes towards the one question about traffic. So are there any questions from the board in regards to those proposed findings? Seeing none, should the board move to approve? There would be conditions that apply. There are the 3 standard conditions that were read into the record previously in regards to plans and specifications, in regard to actions of the building inspector, and in regards to continuing jurisdiction. Are there any additional conditions that members of the board feel would be appropriate for this request? Seeing none, I will ask Mr. Hanlon if he will direct the drafting of an opinion in favor of approval.
Be happy to do that, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Hanlon. So the procedure from here for the board will vote to close the hearing. We'll prepare our decision, and the decision will be voted on at our subsequent meeting, which will be on Tuesday, March 10th. At which time, after which it will be forwarded to the town clerk's office, and then it can be registered with the Registry of Deeds. So with that, I will move that the Zoning Board of Appeals for the Town of Arlington close the public hearing for docket 3890 172 Overlook Road.
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Hanlon. So roll call vote of the board to close. Mr. DuPont?
Yes.
Mr. Hanlon?
Yes.
Mr. LeBlanc?
Yes.
Mr. Baranowski?
Yes.
And the chair votes yes. We are closed on 172 Overlook Road. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you all. Sorry for the late hour.
Indeed.
Thank you, and thank you, team. Have a good night, everyone.
Thank you.
All right. So as Mr. Hanlon noted, the town meeting warrant is out. So if anyone has questions on what zoning articles are before um, the first hearing for zoning articles was supposed to be last night, but got canceled because of the snow. So the article hearings will start either next week or the week after. But those are all in the warrant, and the report for from the ARB will be out after they've had all their public hearings. And as we noted, the next meeting of the board is on Tuesday, March 10th. Ms. Ralston, how busy is that night?
Please.
So we'll have 125 Broadway coming back, and then the Winchester Country Club 468 Mystic Street for their addition.
Okay.
Nice and easy.
Yes. Perfect. Great. All right. So with that, unless there's anything else, I would like to thank you all for your participation in tonight's meeting of the Arlington Zoning Board of Appeals. Appreciate everyone's patience throughout the meeting. I'd especially like to thank our own Colleen Ralston and Mike Champa for helping us preparing for and hosting our online meeting. Please note the purpose of the board's recording the meeting is to ensure the creation of an accurate record of its proceedings. It's our understanding that recording made by ACMi will be available on demand at acmi.tv within the coming days. Arlington Community Media is dedicated to providing an electronic forum for the free exchange of information and ideas which reflect the talent, skills, interests, concerns, and diversity of the Arlington community. Please visit acmi.tv to learn how to support this valuable public resource. If anyone has comments or recommendations, please send them via email to zba@town.arlington.ma.us. That email address is also listed on the Zoning Board of Appeals website. And to conclude tonight's meeting, I would ask for a motion to adjourn.
So moved, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Ham. And a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. DuPont. Roll call vote to adjourn. Mr. DuPont.
Yes.
Mr. Hanlon.
Yes.
Mr. LeBlanc.
Yes.
Mr. Baranowski.
Yes.
And the chair votes yes. We are adjourned. Thank you all so very much. Apologize for the late hour.